Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. I clicked the wrong button. Hello, everybody. And hope everybody's having an absolutely wonderful day so far today, and jump right into more memories in orbit. I believe we left off near a boss. I don't remember what equipment we had, or what equipment we had equipped, I suppose would be the best way to put that. Because I know we don't need everything. I know we don't need everything equipped for boss fights especially, but I also don't exactly remember where the boss was. Well, that's helpful. I have it marked on the map, so we are here. I need to go right, then down here, because I want to take out this boss. Hey, Dad, Enigma, welcome to the stream. This game's a lot of fun. It's also a little bit difficult at times. But that is, I think, kind of expected from I think a difficult game's kind of expected from a more difficult Metroidvania. I think this pipe leads directly to Mel, and to her abductor, too. I hope you're prepared, customer. We are falling down the pipe. Also, I think my internet is actually working today. I know I had some issues with yesterday's stream because my internet decided to break basically instantly, which was slightly less than ideal. Debbie, Dr. Holland's collector. Alright, this is definitely the boss fight. Yeah, this is definitely the boss fight that we get to start off with today. Do I remember the controls for Memories in Orbit? Not really. I keep trying to dash, and we still don't actually have a dash attack in this game. Yeah. All of the after playing so long, all of your recommended games are Metroidvanias. Honestly, that's fair enough. That attempt also didn't last very long. But I think I can actually swap out a lot of my abilities here, because we don't need a lot of this equipped for a boss fight. Since a lot of these upgrades are more just for exploration purposes, honestly, with how... Is there one that, like, lets me do damage that for layers of health that I've lost? Because we start at basically half health permanently. Even got recommended Ender Magnolia. Ender Magnolia is a fun game, to be fair. It can be a bit difficult, but Ender Magnolia, unlike Ender Lilies, which is the first game in the series, does have a difficulty setting option, which I do think helps quite a lot. I think... If I don't have full energy, I can equip that, and I'm going to turn on the enemy health bars also. One of the interesting things that Memories in Orbit here does is that being able to see both your health bar and the enemy's health bars are both equipable items. Like, that take this game's equivalent of charm notches, which I do find to be a rather fascinating approach to adding, or to, like, requiring difficulty. Okay. Are you going to... Yeah, we don't have a dash ability in this game. Which is not the most terrible thing, because we have double jump. But not having a dash ability. Also, this enemy has a lot of health, and the pogo ability does not do a ton of damage. But it does seem like this boss has some pretty good wind-ups. Oh gosh. The art style for Memories in Orbit here is also quite well put together. Just gotta be quite careful with Okay, when they put their, like, weapon down on the ground, it looks like that it's because they're about to... Oh gosh, we're out of health. It looks like when they put their weapon down on the ground, they're about to do that swing attack that caught me there. So I can do a better job of avoiding that attack. Yeah, we can only take 5 hits in the entire boss fight. You 100% Silksong because you were bored? I'm pretty close to 100%ing Silksong. I have 100% completion. I just ran out of time in the last Silksong stream to actually beat the final boss. Which is a little bit on the unfortunate side. Yeah, when they do that attack, it feels like they always are going to do a slam attack afterwards. I need to be more careful. Yeah, one thing that Memories in Orbit does not do... Yeah, one thing that Memories in Orbit does not let you do is there is no way for me to heal mid-boss fight. Like, as far as I can tell, there is absolutely nothing... No abilities or anything that are actually a healing ability. You just get your... In this case, I have 4 health, 4 white dots of health, and then if I take any damage that would deal 1 of the black dots worth of damage, it is an instant game over. Which makes it a little bit tricky. I had 6 health I had 6 white dots of health at one point, but the game also has taken away my health multiple times at this point. Because I think we start with 1 black dot and 3 white dots. Each of those black dots we have in our health bar used to be a white dot that we've just lost at some point throughout the game. Which is really, really unfortunate. Because from what I can tell, that is also permanent. Which is a little bit terrifying. Just a little bit terrifying. Also, it looks like my updated chat displayer is actually working. I changed how I'm displaying the chat up in the corner. Oh gosh. That was unfortunate. That was a lot of damage that I cannot afford to take. I changed how I'm displaying the chat because I was previously just had a copy of YouTube running inside my OBS to show the chat. Yeah, this seems much harder than Silksong. I don't know if it's easier or harder than Silksong, but it's definitely different. Okay, I need to figure out a better way to dodge that particular attack. And there goes all my health. Because yeah, the boss fights in this game are fairly tricky. And there's also quite a few difficult platforming sections throughout the game. But then other parts of the game are a lot easier. Because there are some spots that aren't just the respawn points where you can heal. They're called the Nakra Basins, which is what a lot of the tooling I unequipped was. Were things to make the Nakra Basins more useful. I'm pretty sure I also still technically have negative money in this game because I think it was last stream I managed to glitch out the game. I managed to glitch out the game to the point where it, like, took my money away twice when I died. Which was kind of funny, but I don't think I've actually gotten all my money back up to a positive number yet. Yeah, we're basically in debt to the game. I'm pretty sure. I'll double check afterwards, but I think we still owe, like... Or I think our money counter is still at something like negative 200. Which is really, really funny to me. Okay. They are going to drop... It's a little bit tricky because I can't easily get behind them with the spinny spikes on the ground. And I can't stay too close to them because I don't have a dash attack to quickly get out of the way of everything they throw at me. That's not the right menu button for this game. Yeah, we're still at negative 156 knocker for that style of money. Which is really funny. We did technically not lose it because it subtracted it because we were crystallizing it into the type that we don't lose on death. Because you lose that first type of money when you die in this game permanently. There is no way to get it back. But the second type of money you don't lose. And you can... there's a couple of spots throughout the game I can convert from the type that's temporary money to the type that's more permanent. But... yeah, it's a lot more complicated. But the downside is that I somehow managed to glitch out the game, so it subtracted the money on death and turned it into the other currency at the same time, so it double subtracted and caused us to go in debt, which is also unfortunate because negative 156 is less than 0, so I can't do free things that cost 0 in this game because I don't have 0, I have negative. And that is something that I actually have run into. This boss is really tricky. Because I'm guessing I can probably find enough upgrade items around the map to get another max health at some point, but I'm suspecting that I'd need to purchase at least one of them from Mel, who's captured down here, given I've found 0 so far. Yeah, free, not anymore. It's free if you didn't somehow manage to glitch your money value into... I think we were originally at like 350 negative. Like negative 350, give or take. Which is moderately to severely unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, I need to be a lot more careful about not taking hits from Debbie, the boss fight here. It's weird that a lot of the bosses in this game have just like normal sounding names. Okay, I took 2 damage from that attack, which is really unfortunate. And I also need to get way better at dodging that attack, which I think the only real way to actually dodge that attack is to stay fairly close to the boss. Yeah, I think I do need to stay fairly close to the boss to dodge some of these attacks. But then I run the risk of getting clipped by their melee. I'm also not sure that having Hands Greed equipped is actually causing me to do more damage, so my theory might have been wrong there. I can hairpin to basically grapple onto the enemy, but that requires me to... and also I'm not usually at low damage. Yeah, using the hairpin seems to be what I probably need to do. I'm going to shuffle around some of my things. Yeah, other games it'd be like Debbie the Destroyer or something similar. Yeah, this game is just called Debbie. I've noticed that quite a few of the bosses and stuff in this game do just have a relatively normal sounding name and are just there. Because, some of them are a little bit stranger names. I remember one of the other bosses that I particularly remember was that we had to fight, which was one of the other recently difficult bosses, was just called Atlas. And was a little bit easier to deal with than this one. They are very good at aiming that attack. It looks like I can't really just stand in one place when they're doing that attack, because they will aim. Okay. It is a cool name. That boss was surprisingly tricky. Okay, I need to be a lot more careful with that. Okay. Well, watch where it is. Yeah, I gotta be a lot more careful about watching what the boss is doing. Yeah, this boss is surprisingly tricky. which is, I suppose it makes sense that since this is a fairly late game boss, I think. Or at least it's later game than any of the other bosses I fought. I'm not really sure how long of a game this is. So I'm not sure if this is like a halfway point boss, or like a 3/4 of the way boss, or like a 1/4 of the way boss. But at least given what I'm pretty sure is our objective, we've been collecting something called pearls, and we've collected, like, I think 3 out of the 5 so far. It's kind of my very, very rough way of telling maybe approximately where we are in the game's progression. Yeah, the fact that they keep breaking the floor does not help. And then the fact that I don't have I'm constantly trying to dash to dodge attacks. Because I'm used to Silk Song or most other Metroidvanias where you get a dash ability at some point. Apparently the landmines landing on you does deal damage. Yeah, I can't get out of the way of a lot of these attacks easily. Yeah, hopefully it's pretty far. I mean, it's a fun game, so I wouldn't mind playing it longer, but also some of these bosses are definitely on the trickier side. Some of these bosses are definitely on the trickier side, which does make it a little bit difficult. I know but the thing is, I also know I'm missing 2 ability upgrades, so I don't have whatever that ability is. But I'm also not sure where they'd be. All the abilities thus far have been locked behind bosses, I think. Well, watch like the first one that I'm missing be a dash ability. And I've just been doing the entire game and making it way more difficult on myself. Because that would honestly kind of track. And my down attack in the air does not deal a lot of damage, which is really unfortunate. Okay, I need to be more careful here. Yeah, my down attack does not deal a lot in the way of damage. Okay, that was a little bit of a cheap shot. Yeah, they're so good at aiming their attacks at me, and they take out so much of the floor that it's surprisingly difficult for me to consistently hit them. Also, I'm back down to next hit is there we go. That is all of our health again. I don't see anywhere obvious on the map. I don't see anywhere on the map that would obviously have an upgrade that I'm missing. And it doesn't really mark. Yeah, the map doesn't really mark upgrades that well either, is I suppose another part of the problem. Though there are, it looks like a few pathways that I could technically explore, like there, and there. Because yeah, upgrade points don't appear to be marked on the map. Which is also a little bit more difficult. Yeah, you really dislike most bosses that destroy the floor, because like, let me go over there. Hey, where's the floor? The floor is destroyed. Yeah, that is fair. It's a mechanic that seems to that at least one boss in a lot of Metroidvanias wind up having a destroy the floor mechanic. It's like some sort of rule, apparently. Oh gosh. They are gonna, of course they're gonna go to the far side where I'm not. Okay, because yeah, I don't deal a lot. My down attack technically can keep me in the air above them indefinitely if I hit them. Just doesn't do a lot. Oh gosh, I need to be way more careful and not get stuck between the boss and the spikes. I will say one thing that does help in this game is the fact that, from what I can tell, enemies, including bosses, don't do contact damage if I run into the enemy unless they're actively doing an attack at the same time. Though I'm noticing, I don't even think I've made it halfway through this boss's health bar so far, which is really unfortunate. Yeah, having not even made it halfway through the enemy's health bar at any point is definitely unfortunate. Because that means I'm not making it very far. Yeah, the no contact damage is definitely helpful. Especially given just how much every single piece of damage I take actually matters. With just how infrequently I can, like, actually heal. Because I really cannot heal very much. Okay. Yeah, it took out all the floor that I needed to stand on. I need to be way more careful with dodging some of these attacks. Because I also have a fairly long attack windup from what I've noticed. And of course, they're very good at hitting me, and I don't get very many iframes when I take damage either. Because I'm concerned that there's going to be a second phase where it gets more difficult somehow. Yeah, half your deaths in Silksong are just walking into enemies. That is a very common way to take damage in a lot of games. Because games either have no contact damage, and then I still somehow manage to take damage from, like, just walking through enemies, or they have contact damage and then you just accidentally fall onto enemies and take a lot of damage. So either way, I wind up taking a lot of damage. Though the fact that the bosses in this game do have collision, just not a hurt box that deals damage to me, is at least kinda nice. Okay, yeah, if they do that horizontal attack, because as far as I can tell, I can't actually hit those goop droplets that they spew out at me. Yeah, from what I can tell, I can't actually hit or, like, bounce off of the goop droplets they spew out at me. Yeah, bad either way. And then I can't seem to stop them from destroying the platforms either. There's not a lot of countering. And I really want to beat this boss because Mel, the person they captured, is the shopkeeper that sells me upgrades and abilities. And I'd very much like to get them back. Because it seems like until I beat this boss, I can't really buy most of the upgrades and stuff anymore. Which is very unfortunate. Yeah, it seems like I can't really grapple onto them when they're on the side of the map. Because if I try to grapple onto the side of the map, I take a bunch of damage. If I grapple onto them when they're on the side of the map, it seems like I take damage because I'll just grapple through them into the spikes that are around the edge of the map. That's a new attack. Actually, that might not be a new attack. Still a very unfortunate attack, though. Because, yeah, it's like, I can't even deal damage to the boss a lot of the time because they're bouncing in and out of the background. It really feels like I'm missing an upgrade or something that I'm expected to have for this boss fight. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of need the shopkeeper. Especially because, given I didn't buy out their stock before they got captured. So there's definitely still upgrades and stuff upgrades and possibly more health and whatnot that they're selling. Which is really, really unfortunate for me. Yeah, it's a slightly important character here. I might give the boss like 2 or 3 more attempts and then go see because I know there's definitely a couple of other pathways and at least one other boss that I know of. And I might give this boss a couple more attempts and then see if I am missing some obvious item or upgrade elsewhere that would make my life 10 times easier. Because another thing I've noticed is I have yet to see any sort of permanent attack damage upgrade. So I really do just deal, like, very, very little damage. And I'd really hope for either more health, a more consistent way to do damage, or some way to solve my apparently endless difficulties with movement. Ah, yes, they're going to just break the entire platforms. Every single platform goes away. Where am I supposed to dodge that attack? It starts the dilemma of, did I miss an upgrade? Odds are I've missed an upgrade, because I know there's... Well, like I said, showed on the inventory screen, I know there's 2 upgrades that I'm missing. I just don't know if they're missed or if they're future upgrades. But given that one of them is the first upgrade on the list, it almost feels like I missed something somewhere. Because, yeah, the leftmost column of my inventory is my upgrades. Oh, right, I should maybe use my dodge. I just remembered that I'm completely missing using that ability, which is a dodge ability. That might actually help a lot. Pretty much a good thing that I was showing off the upgrade list because I had forgotten that this game has a dodge ability. It's not so much of a parry ability, but that would probably help me at least a little bit. Because that lets me... Yeah, that lets me stay a lot closer to the boss, actually. Yeah, that would be a good ability to remember that I have. Because seems a little bit helpful. It's not a dash dodge, which is what I really want, is just like a way to move horizontally faster still. But it is a dodge ability that lets me more easily handle a lot of these attacks. That might actually be the edge I need to actually beat this boss here. Is just remembering that ability. I have a problem in a lot of games where I forget a lot of my abilities. Yeah, I just forget a lot of my abilities exist in games, which is unfortunate. So I do still need to learn... I do still need to figure out and learn the dodge timings for a lot of these attacks that the boss can throw out at me. Because the dodge is... It's not the fastest window ever. Yeah, it's not the fastest dodge window I've ever seen. I've seen, like, 1 or 2 frame dodge windows in a lot of games. But it is definitely something that needs a level of timing. Okay, yeah, this is definitely the play. Yeah, using my dodge ability is definitely the play here. Because that is... So, I did so much more... I'm doing so much more damage to the boss now. Yeah, I am still messing up the dodge occasionally here, which is a little bit unfortunate, but I'm getting... You can maybe see at least most of the enemy's health bar up in the corner. Top right corner is their health bar. I made it way past the, like, third of the way that I've been making it. And for first... Because, yeah, I keep hitting... What I keep doing is I keep hitting right trigger to try to dodge, but that uses hairpin. And it's a little bit not working. Yeah, the dodge seems to be the play. Yeah, that was a pretty That was a pretty solid attempt against the boss. Because yeah, actually remembering that my abilities exist, turns out helps a lot. That also helps with the fact that I know that that ability or that attack is always going to just target me, and it's fairly accurate with its targeting. That also resolves the problem of this attack, because I can get a lot closer to... I can stay a lot closer to the boss now. The dodge timing on... The dodge timing on the melee attack that the boss throws out is a little bit earlier than I'm, like, thinking it is. I am exceptionally surprised I didn't take damage right there. Yeah, I'm still surprised sometimes when I don't take a bunch of damage from something that I'm pretty sure should have taken me out. Okay, are they gonna take out my floor? They are. But we are... I think I am figuring out the boss a lot more now. Yeah, it is really unfortunate when they take out, like, every single platform on the entire map. Though luckily the platforms do respawn fairly quickly. At least from what I'm seeing. How did that miss me? And I did use my dodge regardless, so it would have wouldn't have dealt a ton of damage either way. Okay, I am surprised I managed to get that dodge, because I can't interrupt my own attack for the dodge ability is one of the other things that occasionally messes with me. Okay, what attack are they gonna do? They're gonna throw out that attack, and it's gonna actually somehow manage to clip me. I just need to stay closer, because yeah, if I stay closer to the boss, I can actually hit them. Okay, they're gonna break those two platforms, which is unfortunate. They are very close, because that black health bar defeated Dr. Holmes' Collector. It's pretty good. I like that. That was a little bit of an easier boss once I remembered all my abilities existed. I still have negative money. Don't expect a thank you. I didn't ask for your help. Let's go. But I suppose without you and Rad, I'd be a goner. The vessel is getting dangerous these days. I didn't realize how dreadful it was. Maybe I should cut the lads some slack. Anyway, I'll head up to the workshop now. Talk to me when you have time. Turns out remembering that all your abilities exist also helps in games. This is a long-running thing that I tend to forget about. Also, I think I'm going to be able to get out of being in debt to the game finally. This is a new area. Okay, so this boss was locking... So the boss appears to have stolen my healing and also locked an area behind itself. It's kind of fascinating. That platforming section looks terrifying. This platforming section looks a little bit terrifying here. Because... yeah, that's a slightly terrifying platforming section. Yeah, that's what I mean by, you see the Nacre droplets lost to the pond 88. Every time you die, if you... I do want protective overlay. I don't want I do want kinetic thrust. I don't want hands greed or wildcat. I want to unequip that one. So I'm like just very quickly swapping my abilities back over. Yeah, those 88 Nacre droplets I lost to the pond, which is the first of the types of currency, those are just gone, like, forever. I can never use those again, which is quite unfortunate. Yeah, half the time you don't remember abilities that are either very useful or mandatory. Yeah, I tend to glitch out a lot of parts of games in order to avoid abilities that the game has just handed me. And it is a kind of a running joke. It took me most of Hollow Knight to remember that spells exist. I think I learned that Hollow Knight spells existed sometime around the Radiance fight. Yeah, that first type of currency is something that I lose. Okay, I'm trying to think of how to do this platforming section. Because I don't think I can go up there. Because I can get up here, I can bounce off this to restore my energy, but I'm not sure what I'd be targeting with my energy. Oh, I can go under, maybe? Because I just noticed that the goop is going up and down, but that seems to be just a solid wall regardless. Yeah, I don't know if I have the ability it wants, because I'm definitely missing some ability that lets me go up more. I know that because there's an item that I just can't get right now. Yeah, hey, thanks for stopping by the stream. Yeah, I know there's definitely an ability that lets me go up more, since there's an item I can't get due to not being able to go up. And I'm wondering where that ability is, because I don't see anything over here. I don't see anything over in that section, at least. Modifier Center, Overseer's Pathways. I'm going to go check the shop, because we did unlock... Actually, I'm going to unmark the boss on the map that is no longer a unbeaten boss. The map seems to think I can get through that area. I'm not sure how. I'm not sure how the boss thinks I can get through that particular, or how the map thinks I can get through that particular room right now. Oh, I can't leave the vault to go check out the shop. Because for whatever reason, the Vault Overseer is not connected to the other Overseers. Oh, that's mildly unfortunate. I'm guessing that there's an exit somewhere over here, maybe? That's at least my next best theory on where to go. Gotta love just randomly getting lost. We're randomly getting trapped in this part of the map. Though, I can use the healing basins once I find one of them now. That will come in quite handy. Oh, right. It's this section. Yeah, I remember having to platform over this last stream, and it was really, really tricky because the enemies are spawning over top the goop. And that makes it... Yeah, the enemies spawning over top the goop makes it really hard for me to actually get across some of these platforming sections. Because my best theory I have for how to get out of here is one of these pathways over to the left side of the area. Because fast travel does not let me fast travel right now, at least from that particular Overseer pathway. Okay, one problem at a time. New problem after beating the boss is figure out how to get... Either figure out how to connect to my... I just took a lot of damage right there. Either figure out how to connect that Overseer to the Overseer pathways from the rest of the game so I can fast travel out of vaults, or find a way to get back to a working elevator. Also with the explicit purpose of getting out of vaults. I did this first try 10 times in a row last stream. But Why is this platforming suddenly so much more difficult? Is there a second pathway I can take? I can't go to the right. Down and around looks like it would be even more difficult. Down and around looks like it would be even more difficult. Do I just need to, like... I think I might need to use the hairpin ability. I did not take damage traversing. I think I might need to use the... I am apparently taking a lot of damage from stuff that should not be dealing damage to me. Yeah, maybe I do just need to use the hairpin ability multiple times to traverse, because if I pogo off of the landmine things, those can kind of launch me to the side, and the hairpin ability does give me a couple of iframes. It's not a ton, but it does give me like a small handful of iframes that I could potentially use here. Because if I can hairpin off the enemies, restore my energy. Yeah, okay, that actually gets me across that platform without a ton of difficulty. Though also, restoring the platforming does give me... How did I get up to the left side? Because I somehow came in that door at one point. And or have somehow made it up there? I'm honestly not sure how I got up there. The map says I've been there. Yeah, the map only shows places I can actually get to. And it looks like this whole bottom section is blocked off. So I'm kind of wondering if this might be the only real pathway remaining. And or I need to figure out how to actually get past that platforming section that was directly after the boss. Or I need to find where Rad ran off to. Because if I can find where Rad ran off to, that NPC could... That NPC technically is the reason we're down here, or is the one who helped us get down here in the first place. So that might be a way for us to escape whatever nightmare trapped in the vault situation we've actually found ourselves in here. There is... I do want to go to that spot, because that will let me heal if I can make it to that Nakra basin. It's going to be down right out of this room. So these are a rather terrifying type of enemy. I don't think I've actually beaten any of these before. Any of that particular type of enemy before. Because they deal a lot... Yeah, they're a little bit of a scary type of enemy. I'm also wondering if maybe if I'm going towards that right path, if I went the wrong way. Because I'm kind of retraversing the entire area right now instead of just exiting. Okay, I did get to the heal spot. And I can actually use it now that I'm not in debt to the game from 0 health. Or from negative money. That is rather useful. Because yeah, 0 does not mean free. 0 means you need to have at least 0 money in this game. And if you have negative money, well, guess who's not getting their upgrade? Or who's not getting their healing for free? Ye who has somehow has managed to get negative money. Okay, somehow there's a pathway up left? Oh, this... Oh, I had forgotten that that ability existed also. The problem with not playing the game for, like, an entire week is I forget half the abilities I have unlocked. Oh, that'll let me get through the platforming section also. That'll also let me get the item that's high up on the wall. I think I might have already gotten that item, actually. No, I didn't get that item yet. Okay, so that is an item I can pick up. Okay, and then I can pogo off you. Airpin off you. Okay. I'll need to pick up that item later also. I still don't know how to deal with this sort of like jelly goop stuff. Because I've seen a number of items that are stuck in this like goopy gelatin. But I have yet to actually learn how to get past said goopy gelatin. Which is mildly unfortunate. Yeah, I don't see a pathway up here. Yeah, I'm not seeing any pathways up here that will take me anywhere. I'm guessing that I just haven't learned how to deal with this gelatin stuff, but I really want to at some point. Because this feels like the items that it's hiding would be quite helpful. Just given that I've seen several items hidden behind this stuff. Is there some other ability that I have that I'd be not expecting it? I can't tell if there's some ability that I have that would let me, via some interaction I'm not expecting, get through that, or if I need a new upgrade. Because that seems to be kind of a dead-end path, but that does let me... But remembering that that ability upgrade exists will let me clear this platforming, which might be the escape from the vaults that we need. It's at least my best working theory at the current moment. Yeah, that's my best working theory at the current moment is I'm going to need to clear that platforming section in order to escape from these vaults we've found ourselves in. I don't know if I necessarily need to survive to get back, because we will respawn basically right where I want to be for the platforming. And also that enemy will absolutely just chase me clear across the entire map. Hey, look, it's the crystallization machine we went in debt to. Can I crystallize my knocker without going in debt this time? Because, yeah, I think I died to the red laser. For whatever reason, I mentally envisioned it as a red laser bird, which is not really what that enemy is. There's an item or there's something interactable up above me. Either way, I am now out of health. Okay, yeah, but both of the pathways off of there are currently blocked off and are marked as blocked off. I do vaguely trust the map. I do vaguely trust the map's idea of where I can and cannot make it. I could probably use that to get up, couldn't I? Because I just remember that ability exists. Because I can probably use the same ability I just remembered exists to get up those other two pathways that we ran all the way to the left to check out earlier. So they're either items or they're the escape, and I will take I will take either items or escape. Either of those would be a very effective use of our exploration. Is if I can... Because I bet you I can probably just climb up the wall to get into this pipe. Yeah. It turns out that remembering all the abilities you have is, as always, exceedingly useful. There is also a knocker basin up here, so I can keep my health. I can keep my health topped up as well. Because I really like the ability that lets knocker basins be used entirely for free. That saved me so much money throughout the game. Ah yes, spinny spiky thing. That looks like a platforming section. Is the up direction slightly less terrifying? That would be a... Presumably not. Yeah, that direction also looks terrifying. Can I grapple up the wall past the spiky things? Okay. This is definitely this is definitely one of the platforming challenges. This game loves to put difficult platforming challenges just absolutely all over the place. Not sure where I'm trying to fall down to. Okay. This is a safe spot to land. That is a mildly terrifying spinny spiky thing on the ground there. Okay, where am I trying to get to? Okay, that gets me through here. Because if I run out of health, I can't make it to the knocker basin very easily from this spot. Okay. Yeah, I need to like loop down. I think I need to loop down and around from that side, from that point. Because I saw the landmine on the left, on the like lower left side. So I could pogo off the landmine on the lower left side to restore my energy, and then use my hairpin on the grapple hook point off in the right, off to more to the right side. Oh, come on. Okay, I got really close that time. Yeah, this platforming section right here is way more difficult than it realistically should be. Because these enemies are not that difficult to avoid. I basically just need to hairpin across them is what I've learned. But for whatever reason, I have just so much difficulty actually doing that or pulling that off consistently. And then there is one enemy up here before I can use the knocker basin to restore my health as well, which is potentially problematic. Because that enemy does have at least a decent pile of health. And it's kind of the question I'm wondering is how much time do I invest into running back and forth to the knocker basin to keep my health full for the platforming section where I can't easily get back to the knocker basin. Because this game's platforming challenges do get rather tricky after a while. I can sneak up there. I want to start up the wall at the same time as the spinny spike thing. Okay. Because I can get up here with full health. I need to make sure I don't get taken out by that spinny spike. I need to make sure I don't get taken out by any of the random spinny spike things. I think I then need to drop down here. Yeah, what I think I need to do is I need to drop down, restore my energy, and then grapple to the right. It would also help if I don't just move directly into the damage. It would help if I don't move directly into the spinny spike things either. Because moving directly into spinny spike things... I mean, the spike saw blades of Doom are going to deal a rather large amount of damage damage to me from what I can tell. Okay, I want to take out that first one, and then I want to pogo. Okay, yeah, I can make it across that platforming much more consistently now. I do think that is quite helpful. Okay, I just like go across the ceiling. I mean, I suppose I probably could work out how to go just directly across the ceiling, but I can also just not. One puzzle room at a time. And I'm already at full health. So I don't need to worry. I was about to say I don't need to worry about using the Nakra Basin, but apparently I'm going to take damage trying to get up to the platforming section. So might as well use the Nakra Basin to keep my health topped up when possible. Because there is so much stuff that deals damage in this game. And so few points where I can actually... Yeah, so few points I can actually heal the damage I've taken from all the terrifying spinny circular saw blades of doom that are tucked into every corner of the entire area has circular saw blades of doom. Okay, I think I need to wait for it to have just gone down. Or do I need to do instead of a pogo attack, if I do a side attack instead of a pogo attack, that might mean a better spot. That timing is not right. Because what I want to do is I'm trying to follow that saw blade down. Yeah, I'm trying to follow that saw blade down, so I need to be over there sooner. I did not restore my energy before I tried to grapple across there. So, that's mildly unfortunate. But yeah, this game, the way it was described to me is that there are many paths of pain hidden all over the place, and from what I'm seeing, that is indeed a rather accurate description. Yeah, many paths of pain everywhere is a surprisingly accurate description of how this game handles its platforming sections. They're not long. They are exceptionally difficult, however. And I'm not known for being the greatest at platforming, so it's not entirely surprising to me that I get slightly obliterated every time I come across a halfway difficult platforming challenge in a game. But hey, free healing. If I can make it to said free healing point. One attempt at a time, one of these attempts I will get past that challenge. It looks like there's a relatively safe platform off to the right of the grapple point that I've been trying to hit. I just need to actually make it there first. Which is potentially a bit of a challenge. Yeah, these platforming challenges are not trivial by really any stretch of the imagination. Okay, then I can go up here. I can completely miss the pogo to restore my energy. If I bounce off basically anything that I can, as far as the game's concerned, deal damage to, I do basically instantly restore all my energy, which does come in rather helpful at times. Yeah, that section is not terribly difficult to dodge past. Because yeah, what I need to do is I need to hit... What I think I need to do is hit that with a side attack, and then immediately hairpin to the right. Well, why am I not hitting it? Because yeah, if I can hit it and then I can hairpin to the right, I think I'll clear that section. That seems to be a rather difficult thing to actually pull off, because the moving saw blade does come up too quickly. The spinning saw blade does come up a bit too quickly to pull that off. I think it's mostly the challenge I'm running into is that if I try to restore my energy, then that takes just enough time that I get clipped by the moving saw blade. And if I don't try to restore my energy, then I don't have enough energy to hairpin to get past that section. So either I just need to do that really fast with like very, very near perfect timing, or I need to try something else, which I did see that there's also platforming over here. Yeah, I did see that there's also a platforming challenge over here. I'm wondering if I can then... Yeah, I'm wondering if I can bounce off that. Okay, that's a much shorter platforming challenge. I think I'm going to do this right one first. Yeah, I think I'm going to do this right side platforming challenge first, just because it is significantly shorter. I do not want to be at... I don't want to be at one protective coat layer, because I suppose there's a chance that I take 2 damage if I get hit by the saw blade in just the right way, which is a little bit on the scary side. Come on. I'm gonna give the saw blade like half a cycle to go back across. Because yeah, I'm suspecting that I could take 2 damage. How do I get past? Yeah, how do I get past the saw blade? Oh, I probably use my hover ability that I keep forgetting exists as well. That would honestly probably solve a lot of my problem. A lot of my difficulties is using all my abilities. It'll probably help with the other section also. Because yeah, okay, that was just an unfair respawn. Okay, that was significantly easier once I actually decided to use all my abilities. High risk of... Is my mic... Okay, there we go. My microphone wasn't muted. My microphone decided to pick that moment to disconnect out of every moment possible. Welcome to stream. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Yeah, what I was saying is I'm not a huge fan of how the Purple app handles VTubers, which is why I'm not on the Purple app. And thank you for pointing out that my microphone had decided to disconnect itself. It does that very, very rarely, and I have yet to figure out what it's doing. Okay, because I can actually make it through that section a lot without much difficulty now that I've realized what I'm doing. Oh, there's a platform down there. I wonder if there's an item on that platform. Yeah, one of my main problems is just that the Purple app tends to be rather strict specifically to VTubers and apply a lot of rules that they don't apply to other people or other types of accounts. Okay, I need to be careful because I don't know how much health this enemy has. They don't trigger the boss. They don't trigger a boss fight text. But they're pretty good at dealing a lot of damage to me. They're just very strict against VTubers for some reason. Like, any of their rules, if a VTuber even comes remotely close to breaking the rule, they get, like, a significantly harsher punishment. I think one of the, like, admins at Twitch just has an issue with VTubers. And I've just seen I've seen it a lot of other VTubers. I mean, they restrict VTubers that are not safe for work. That's entirely reasonable, but even outside of that, from what I've heard from some of my friends, they're just very, very restrictive for not much reason. We did pick up that letter from Tomo 6. I'm still missing whatever the first upgrade is. Yeah, I've considered going to the Purple app and at least trying it out there before. Yeah, you're a VTuber on the Purple app. Yeah, I've considered trying it out because I know that that they don't hit everybody, but I've heard enough horror stories. But yeah, okay, what does this note say? Samsk. There's gloom water in our pearls. It's what we're made of. Did you know about that? Did you know and not tell me? I don't know, it's just stuff that I've heard from some of my friends who stream on the Purple app. I feel like an utter fool now. The things I learned about ourselves, about the hows and whys of the Traveler designs for us, I'm not even sure it matters now. We are made of refined poison. No wonder our processes start degenerating after a while. There may be no cure, after all, no hope of recovery. Not for us, at least, but perhaps, yes, perhaps there's still a chance for future generations. Not a cure then, but rather a vaccine. I need to go back to the source, to the crucible where our pearls are made. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I like get a combination of like, oh yeah, it's like perfectly fine on the Purple app, and then, oh yeah, if you do anything even remotely close to their TOS, you get like a 7-day ban. So I don't know, maybe I'll check it out at some point. This is the first time I've come back to the vaults since I parted ways with Huln. What a weird feeling. It's really hard to imagine Tomo around here. They aren't built to navigate all the death traps of an automated factory. The travelers themselves were outright forbidden. Stars, I didn't miss this place at all. At least I can prepare you for it. Yeah, they must have been doing some shady stuff. Maybe. Also, we get an upgrade. I don't know what we're getting the upgrade for, but I'm guessing we get to learn how to break the purple goop that I've run into so many times. Yeah, it could be possible. There's a place I could never reach. Okay, it's definitely trying to teach me how to break through the purple wall. Press X to cast an energy shard. I don't know which button does it think X is? Hold on, which button does it think X is? Oh. Okay, what did I press there? Yeah, what did I press there? Okay. I'm not... Got the tism too. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Okay. If I attack and then I attack a second time, I get like some sort of upgrade. Or is it attacking when I'm in... I think it's attacking when I'm in range of one of the circles. Yeah, this game does a very good job of teaching you the different mechanics, but it also is a little bit on the difficult side at times, because they're not always the greatest at explaining how they work. So I think... Did it break the wall? Okay, that... I think I may be figuring out how this mechanic works. Because I can... Yeah, what I can do is I can attack... Okay, why is it not triggering here? Do I need to be closer to the purple thing? Yeah. Ludonarrative dissonance. Yeah, the game does a pretty good job normally. Oh, I need to attack in the direction of the purple wall, because what I did differently that time is I attacked in a more downwards direction. Okay, so yeah, I think it's if I attack while facing the purple wall is when it triggers. I think. I only still have half an idea of how that mechanic actually works. Yeah, the game tends to teaches a lot of the mechanics by showing rather than telling. Oh, because I know there's purple walls over here that I can probably now break. I want to go break those walls, because that would be very nice. Yeah, the Memories in Orbit does a very good job of... It does generally do a pretty good job of actually teaching how everything works. But it also doesn't hold your hand and will definitely let you just kind of struggle for a bit to work out how various systems are put together. I know I saw the purple walls off to the left, and that's where I very much want to wind up. I went the wrong pathway. Did I go the wrong pathway? I definitely went the wrong pathway. Yeah, what I needed to do is I needed to, instead of going down this path, I needed to go left from the respawn point. I need to go left from the respawn point, not down. Thought that there was a shortcut down here, but apparently I'm misremembering. Yeah, apparently I'm misremembering the shortcut. Which is... Luckily it's not that far back. Yeah, luckily it's not that far back up. But it is still... It is still a little ways back. Just trying to solve one problem at a time. But I want the items from behind the purple blobs. Because I've been suspecting that the purple blobs are hiding a large number of very good items. Somewhere. But I've just never been able to get past... Holy cow, that is actually a combat upgrade also. I did I definitely did not realize that this was also a, like, combat style upgrade with the, like, with the energy crystals. Got new drip? Oh, yeah. Also, welcome to Streamglands. Yeah, I actually have my new outfit finally working this week. It's a lot more work than you'd expect to get a new outfit as a VTuber. Because it is legitimately, like, I think I started this process in March, and it took until July for it to be usable on stream, because I had to get all the artwork done, I had to get all the rigging done, I had to get all the animations and stuff work done. I had a lot of stuff I had to do for it. Okay, I want to drop down and to the right through this room. But honestly, I really like how it turned out. Okay, I need to be very careful because those enemies are rather dangerous. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm really happy with how it turned out. Because I have multiple types of t-shirts I can put on now. I got 4 new hats, 2 new t-shirts, a new jacket, 2 new types of sunglasses, I think 4 new expressions. Oh, this is like an entirely fully animated jacket in the model. I have new animations. I can groom my hair like a cat. And everything is all fully swappable. Yeah, there's a reason it took as long as it did to get everything put together. Because it's very well done, but it's also a lot of stuff. Because I can also mix and match any of the 3 t-shirts I have with either jacket I have with any of the 6 hats that I have. That they're all mix and matchable. This is not the direction I needed to go. I'm trying to go up to... Oh yeah, it took forever. I'm trying to go up top to... Because there's purple goop that I just recently learned how to break hiding up there. And I want whatever item it's hiding. Yeah, it's very complicated. If I'm going to do an upgrade for my model, I'm going to do it right. Of course, also doing it right means really, really time-consuming, and also definitely a non-zero amount of expensive. Definitely a non-zero amount of expensive. Okay, can I somehow get... I'm trying to figure out if I can somehow get the energy charge off of this landmine enemy, I guess? Because I know I learned how to break the purple walls, and I need to get a energy charge off of the enemies. Because the enemies can give me an energy charge from what I can gather, but I'm not entirely sure how that works off of the landmine enemy type. Because all the other spots have had the little green grapple hook points that I can charge off of. Yeah, because I can't grapple off the landmines. Maybe I am still missing something. I think I'm still missing something on how that mechanic works. That's a lot of money I just lost there. Because there's no point in going back to where I died to get my money back in this game. This game broke the Metroidvania rule of you can do a corpse run to get your money back. And it's just gone forever now. Which is mildly unfortunate. Or I suppose it's not technically gone, but it's completely inaccessible and unusable. But yeah. Yeah, there's a reason that my model upgrade took close to several months. Occasionally I get an energy charge off of an enemy, and I'm not sure what differentiates when I'm getting the energy charge off of the enemy versus when I'm not. I'm not sure what's differentiating those two cases. Because it's like sometimes I get it. These enemies have a lot of health also. Yeah, those enemies have a lot of health. A little bit terrifying. It's a decent amount of money again, though. Because we're still, as far as I can tell, still trapped somewhere down here in the vaults. Ah, yes. Another difficult platforming challenge in My Memories in Orbit game. Because why would you not have endless amounts of difficult platforming challenges in your Metroidvania? It is so time-consuming to clear all of these. Because it basically took the Path of Pain from Silksong and made, like, 50 of them. 50 small ones just tucked into every corner of the map. I'm not entirely sure how to get past this. I'm guessing I need to jump around it on the right side. But that's significantly easier said than done. Granted, also, most of these platforming challenges, once I figure out what it wants me to do, I can pull them off fairly consistently. I can usually pull them off fairly consistently once I figure out what random platforming mechanic the game wants me to use. Oh, can I climb up? Oh, I can hold onto the walls. Okay. I can hold onto the dangerous, the angry wall. That might be what I need to do. Is just get my... I think I just need to get my timing better there. Yeah, this game does not pull its punches with any of the challenges, platforming or non-platforming. Okay, I almost got up to the platform. I think I need to give it more time before I go up. Yeah. I definitely just need to give it more time before I follow the spikes up. Oh gosh, that's mildly terrifying. Because I need a little bit of energy to hover when I get up here in order to make it over that gap. And I bet you I'm going to run out of health there. Luckily, it's a very fast run back. I do have to go back past a bunch of the enemies. I'm going to actually disable the slight extra damage in exchange for being able to get 1 extra health from... Yeah, I think I'd rather be able to get 1 extra health from the Nakra Basins than deal a little bit more damage on my final attack of my combo. That feels like a slightly better mix. Given that... So just given how difficult it is to actually heal. Because yeah, that doesn't give me an extra... That does not seem to give me an extra health Yeah, it doesn't seem to give me an extra health from the Overseer pathways, which are the respawn points. But it does seem to give me an extra health, an extra usable health, at least according to the description, from a knocker basin. Granted, there are also knocker basins absolutely everywhere in this game. Yeah, like I said, a lot of the platforming challenges I can generally pull off without taking damage once I've figured out exactly what combination it wants me to actually... Like, what exact combination of movement it wants me to pull off. Yeah, I can take out these enemies fairly easily because... Yeah, I can take out these enemies fairly easily because I know I'm going to be able to heal afterwards, so I'm not worried about doing them completely damageless. And if I need to take an enemy out completely damageless, it is significantly more dangerous as well. Okay, so yeah, that is super helpful, getting 1 extra health. Because I bet you I can make it up here. Hold on, I need to wait, like, until it's just about off screen, and then, yep. Yeah, I can totally make it up that first section a lot more quickly. Oh, I wonder if I just, like, somehow can launch myself over. Like, if I just keep climbing... Oh, yeah, I can totally just climb over. That would make my life more difficult than it needed to be there. I do that... I've done that quite a few times with platforming challenges in this game. Of just severely overcomplicating things. This is a terrifying looking room. I'm legitimately not sure how to get through past this. I think I need to be more... I think I need to hairpin, bounce, and then hover. I think hairpin, bounce, and then hover is... I want to wait for them... I think I want to wait for it to go up. Hairpin, bounce, and then hover. Okay. Of course the platforms aren't actually solid. Why would the platforms be solid and stable and not trapdoors instead? That would make entirely too much sense and be entirely too easy. Okay, I can get my health back, energy back there. Okay. I found the elevator. I found the elevator. That door is locked from the other side. Where are we? I'd very much like to find a shortcut and or a knocker basin. I'd very much like to find either a shortcut or a knocker basin right now. Thank you very much, game. Because I'm at exceptionally low health. It might look like I have a lot of health, but I definitely do not have a lot of health. That room looks scary. Because those black dots are not actually usable health. Okay, that's... Where am I on the map? Okay, that does, I think, count technically as a shortcut. And assuming I can use that elevator to get up, I did just escape the vaults, which has been my goal for, honestly, most of the stream. Because I can call the shuttle. Okay, That is actual tangible progress, finally. I want to save the fact that I got out of the vaults by resting at the Overseer that's not in the vaults. Which, in theory, should be just outside of this room. Yeah, I should be able to climb out of this cave, run to the right. Of course, there's an enemy in the way. And then I should be able to make it over to this Overseer. Does this link the Vaults Overseers to the Overseer network? I'm not sure. It does not link it to the Overseer's network. Because we did save our Shopkeeper. I'd like to be able to actually check what I've unlocked in the Shopkeeper. Both because we unlocked one of their helper minions since we last were here, or since we could last help them. I can go super fast there. We unlocked one of their helper minions, which unlocked some stuff from the shop, and we also just saved them from their doom. So good to be back home. You don't realize how much you care for things until they are taken from you. Or you from them, I guess? Enough with the cheesiness. Back to work. Can't waste any minute. Need anything? Ooh, there are modifier extensions and coding components. Oh, those are really expensive, though. I like absolutely not a gift. It stores an extra layer of protection when MIO stays on the ground for a short time. 40 modifier slots, though. That feels super helpful. I'm gonna need to collect a lot of old cores. Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna need to collect a lot of old cores here. Because we are short at least 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We're short at least 14 old cores. Increase the number of modifier slots by removes one life. That's not a super useful ability. That does confirm that we can get at least one more health upgrade. Hey, Lurkin's perfectly fine with me, Glands. Yeah, that is a lot of... It's a lot of old cores I'm missing. I know I'm missing an item there. Yeah, I know I'm missing an item there. I can probably get that item. Now that I'm thinking about it. I like how fast I can go if I glitch out the game right there. I can probably actually get at least one of these items. Because if I go to Bell Tower and then run to the right, I think I can climb up the wall to get to this item now. Which I don't think I could do the last time I was here. Which is why I have it marked as a unobtainable item. Oh, I should probably mark that I do not know how to get past to that to get those items yet. Yeah, this game's map is somehow simultaneously both the most useful map I've seen in like any game ever, and completely and utterly useless. Oh, maybe I don't have a way to get up there yet. Though I have almost every movement ability unlocked at this point. Yeah, I do have almost every movement ability unlocked. So if I can't get there now, that would be rather embarrassing. Okay, I can. Okay, it just took a double jump, a glide, and ability. Oh, it's just a candle. At least I can mark it off on the map. At least I can mark that off on the map now. Okay, I know there's the pathway off to the right of the vault here. That might be... There might be something useful in that area. Because there's the endless challenge of... This game doesn't exactly tell me where I need to go next. Kind of just throws the entire map at me. And says, good luck. Which... Well, while I can understand it just throwing the entire map at me and telling me good luck, it's a little bit difficult to handle sometimes. Since so many pathways all over the place, and some random pathways permanently steal my maximum health, which is terrifying. Since I need to explore to complete I need to explore to find stuff, both ability upgrades, pearls, just general forward progress. But also, if I spend too much time exploring, I might lose my maximum health, and it might get reduced down by just a little bit. Just a little bit. And when I don't have that much maximum health to start with, it is a little bit terrifying to not have full health, or to not have as much health as I otherwise would have. Since, yeah, now that I'm at full health, and I've saved that I've made it out of vaults, I think I can run into this room, which, as expected, is an enemy. As expected, the scary-looking room is indeed a combat challenge. It is helpful sometimes to have played a lot of Metroidvanias. Since I can start to predict... Yeah, I can start to predict how the game is going to be put together. I can start to predict how the game is going to be put together. Okay, definitely need to be facing in the direction of whatever I need to attack if I want to stand any chance of making it through these challenges. I don't know what's over here, but I'm also back to 1 health, which is once again a rather concerning spot to, or position to be in. Okay, I see a platform. I wonder if that enemy combat room saves that I've won or not. Because it would be nice to not be at 0 health when I make it to platforming challenges. I'm gonna reuse the Overseer pathway because if I'm gonna be in vaults, I would at least like to have full health at the same time. Probably a little bit safer when in dangerous areas to be at full health. I did not mean to rest there twice in a row. Okay. I should just ignore this enemy because fighting them, I'm going to take a bunch of damage, and taking a bunch of damage is slightly suboptimal. Actually, it really isn't terrible. It isn't terrible to take damage when I'm at a useful point in the game. So this is a bit of a long shuttle ride down every time I want to return to the vaults. I still don't know why that Overseer's disconnected from the rest of them. I'm guessing there's a story reason for it that I just haven't worked out yet. But that is at least of minor concern to me. And I need to figure out how to break the purple walls. I need to figure out how to break the purple walls that have the landmines instead of the green grapple points in front of them, because I know that that's hiding at least several items. Does this room relock itself? It does not. That's actually very nice of the game. Granted, I did just take damage from walking directly into the danger goop, but, well, you win some, you lose some. And apparently I'm losing that one. I at least know what I'm sort of doing now. At least to a very, very small percentage. I'm not entirely sure what's going on all the way down this area, but I mean, there's one way to find out what's going on down in this area, and that's to come down into this area. It's a very open-looking room. That's always concerning in the Metroidvania. Open rooms, relatively free upgrades. Yeah, open rooms, relatively free money is a absolutely terrifying combination. Next thing I know, there's going to be a free heal tucked in the next corner. And that's when I get really concerned. Oh, is this just another shortcut? Yes, that's another shortcut. That basically counts as a free heal. Am I going to lose a max health? No, but I am going to find so long. And thanks for all the Nakra. Okay. Apparently we have a chase sequence. Yeah, apparently we found a chase sequence in the game. As if things aren't difficult enough. Also, another really bad pun on that enemy name. Because instead of saying so long and thanks for all the Nakra, saw long. They had a bunch of saws. And, the fact that that's not even the first time this game has thrown some terrible puns at me. Okay, I think I need to be more careful with getting past that enemy. Oh, I just lost 600 more Nakra. That hurts. That is a very large amount of money that I'm losing every time I... So granted, the vault is giving me a lot of money, so it's maybe okay. It's maybe okay. But also still slightly disappointing to lose hundreds and hundreds of this game's equivalent of currency. Hey, one thing at a time. I'm still not entirely sure how the energy attacks work. I need to not... Actually, I don't need to go all the way across, because I can go down to Refinery from here. That's where Mr. Sawlong and thanks for all the Nakras hanging out. Is there something up through this door? So I think that's going back the way we came. Yeah, that's a rather entertaining looking enemy. But it is basically just a chase sequence. Can I go down here? I cannot go down there. I can... I think... Okay. If I go across to the right... Yeah, yeah, the world definitely changes when Mr. Sawlong hits some of these platforms. Okay, this might take me several more tries still. Because I have to also learn the pathway that the game wants me to take through this section. Which is it's not terrible, but I do have to actually learn the pathway if I'm going to stand any chance of actually making it. I did not have enough energy there. Yeah, I definitely did not have enough energy to clear that. It's honestly kind of an interesting little section, because from what I can tell, the only way to deal damage is just keep running and let the landmines slowly take out the boss. Which is... it's different. It's different than how this game has been approaching a lot of these challenges previously. Though I kind of want to try to install the upgrade that gives me the one extra knocker if I'm just standing around, instead of the one that gives me an extra knocker at the Nakra Basin, or the extra protection layer at the Nakra Basin, because I think that would help me a little bit, because there's no Nakra Basins around here. And having one extra health is definitely a benefit. Yeah, having the one extra health would definitely be a benefit. Because every extra layer of health that I have is a massive upgrade to my survivability rate. And then, yep, Sawlong and... That enemy name is just hilarious to me. Yeah, that enemy just has the funniest name. Okay, and then I need to bounce there. I need to wait on that. Then I need to go up here. I need to bounce over here. I need to bounce on that one. I need to go down here. They are definitely catching up to me. Yeah, they are definitely playing catch up here. Though I also have the slower energy absorption, which is a little bit terrifying. Does that... okay, that does restore my energy, but it puts me all the way back at the start of that section. I need to hit, I do think I need to actually pogo off all the landmines I see and not just some of them, because I think I can make it over here with a lot more energy if I do it that way. Yeah, I can make it over there with a lot more energy if I pogo off the landmine instead of the friendly little bug. Because I need as much energy as I can get through that section. And because yeah, I'm getting chased. And I definitely need full energy to get past that. Okay, did that take out Sawlong and Thanks for All the Knocker? That did chase them off. I'm a little bit low on health, though. Ah, yes. My platform my pipe I'm standing in just breaking. Is mildly unfortunate. Oh, shoot. And now I'm out of health. Does that respawn the chase sequence? I wonder. It's very easy for me to actually just run out of health in this game. Let me attune, because this one is not... I'd really like to be able to equip Gratitude. That is a very expensive ability to equip, though. But I think that combination might be what I want. Okay, I don't need to stand that long. But the one extra health that regenerates. The thing that really is the thing I'm really flagging on that on the Gratitude equipment modifier is that one extra health, I don't need to get to a knocker basin to restore it. I just need to stand there for a split second. And that, I think, is going to significantly increase my survivability rate. Yeah, I think that's going to significantly improve my survivability rate. Which would be rather nice to not get instantly obliterated by every single enemy in the entire game. Since getting instantly obliterated by every single enemy in the entire game is slightly problematic. Just slightly. I ran past the elevator that I need to take down. That's what I get for not fully paying attention to the game sometimes. It's because the elevator is still in the down position. I am curious if So Long and Thanks for All the Knocker is still going to be hanging out here. Okay, they are still going to be hanging out here. Seems like they always exist for this, or for crossing this room, maybe? Yeah, they may all... I think they may just always exist crossing this room. Luckily, they're not... Luckily, most of the challenge here is just figuring out the correct order to take the platforms in order to actually... Yeah, a lot of the challenge against this enemy, or against this, I guess they're kind of somewhere between a boss and a mini-boss. A lot of the challenge seems to just be in learning what the actual developer-intended solution to getting through this room is. Because yeah, I just did that first try for the second time. Okay, I want to be up here. I want to see if there's anything interesting hidden in the ceiling of this area. Because the game doesn't really seem to want me to be up here. And that makes me definitely want to be up here. Does the game not want to let me open my map? Why does the game not want to let me open my map? Because, yeah, okay, now I can come up to this platform. This platform looks solid. Yeah, what's over here? The Crucible. It's like an entirely new area. And yeah, I can't open my map. It is or my computer is registering I'm hitting the button. I don't care if the hand has a plan or not. I am programmed to rejoice at the sight of work well done. Oh, that's class. I was wondering why I wasn't taking damage right there. It's because there's a wall of glass between me and whatever I'm taking damage from. Okay, I can break through those platforms now. Or through those purple goop things now, which at least most of the time I can. This is... Okay, nope, they are apparently not... Yeah, apparently Solong is not gone yet. They were just on a temporary hiatus. Yeah, they were just on a temporary hiatus, which I suppose explains why they respawned, because I didn't actually defeat them last time. I didn't actually defeat them last time, so they came back. Okay, where is my platform? Okay, this section doesn't seem to be too overly difficult. I just need to know where I can get my energy back. Okay, I don't stay grounded long enough to get my bonus health there, which is mildly unfortunate. Okay, there's one down there. Got it. How long can I stall? Yeah, definitely not long enough to get my health back. That's probably intentional. That Solong moves fast enough. Yeah, it's probably... I guess it is intentional that Solong moves fast enough there to not let me get my healing, or to not let me get my... to get a free health. Okay, and then I need to hover. Hover past that. Get as much health as I can. Because yeah, we're still just running from this. We're still just running from this enemy. That's a really, really long pathway over. I do want to take out Solong so that I can actually explore. That also explains why I can't open my map. Because I was technically not done with the boss fight yet. I suspect that's the reason why I couldn't open my map either. Was just the fact that I wasn't actually done with the boss fight. What one? Yeah, it's not that... I don't think it's that difficult of a boss fight type challenge, but it is a little bit on the tricky side, solely due to the fact... It is a little bit on the tricky side, solely due to the fact that the enemy changes the world, and so you're kind of on a time crunch, coupled with needing to learn the pathway to take, and you're at limited health while you're learning the pathway. No, it's not terrible, but it is a challenge. Because this first room doesn't seem to be too overly difficult, at least. Yeah, this first room doesn't seem to be too overly difficult, now that I've learned the correct pathway to take. Yeah, I can bounce off those two. I can just jump over this gap. I can come over here. I can bounce off this one. I need to hover a little bit. Okay, I somehow took damage there. What I need to do is I need to hover a little bit so that those go down. I need to then come over this platform, jump up here, jump down, and then keep running to the right. Because it's not a super difficult platforming challenge there, and then I can go along that. I need to make sure Oh, is there a shortcut on the bottom there? I need to make sure I pogo these landmine enemies because they restore my energy. And restoring my energy is honestly very, very important here. Given that my energy is rather limited. And my rather limited energy is hard to work with. I need to trigger that. And I need to just bounce up here. Okay. We're still not at full health. Because I did take 2 damage on that section somehow. But we have a decent pile of health. We have a decent pile of health still. And I will take decent pile of health. Since that is one fewer long-term problem. And then Sawlong is gonna just show up behind me again. And then I can go through this section. It's gonna break the platforms under me. I need to pogo off of that. Yeah, this is a fairly challenging section. This is a fairly challenging section of the game here. So I'm not... I do like a good challenge. So I'm not super upset by that. I took a damage there that I really cannot afford to take. Yeah, I really cannot afford to take extra damage here because this is a section that has a very, very long run back. Yeah, this section is a very long run back, so if I take damage, it's quite unfortunate. Okay, I need to make it over here. Okay, I'm guessing that is going to take out Sawlong finally. No, really? Really, that was because that was a lot of landmines along the floor there. Please give me shortcuts. Of course, that door's locked from the other side. I really like when the game gives me a shortcut that I can sneak past. Or a Nakra Basin? And not what I'm guessing is a boss fight. Though they seem to be scared of me? Okay. I feel slightly bad. Yeah, I feel kind of bad for... The fact that the game made me feel bad for beating the boss is honestly kind of impressive. I stay standing on the ground for a second. Yep, I get a bonus 1 layer of health. I can also now actually reopen my map. And then I have a Nakra Basin here also. Where did we wind up? I'm honestly kind of curious. Because we are... Is there a secret item anywhere? I see an item kind of way off to the right of my screen. I don't think that one's visible on stream because it's hidden so far off the side of my screen that I'm pretty sure it was I'm pretty sure it was like hiding behind my head. Okay, I think sort of platform through this area and go somewhere. Okay, I can loop around like that. It's just some maze. Yo, just woke up. How are we feeling? Feeling pretty good. Also, welcome to the stream. I am still chronically confused about what our end goal actually is in this game. But I think that's kind of to be expected. Hey, look, I found a candle. We got... I am using... I am using it because I like having more... I like having 5 health. Or 5 protective coat layers. Though it is ridiculously expensive. So I might turn it off when I'm not actively exploring. When I'm less actively exploring, because it takes a second for it to trigger. Because it's the one that activates if I stand on the ground for a little bit. The gratitude one from Mel. Takes a bit to trigger if I'm standing on the ground. Pearl record, beginning of the end. Interesting. Which one is this? We are stuck. Whether by design or by accident, we are now stuck in these motionless shells forever. Newton seems surprisingly calm about it, considering he's the first to be impacted. But he's nothing more than a fool. No one shall escape the consequences of these events. The danger starts now, and it comes from ourselves. From the legacy of our fragile, frustrating, and once mortal minds. We weren't meant to last more than a few centuries. Apathy, paranoia, dementia, frenzy. Those are symptoms our slow degeneration will spark, given time. I can delay them, however. The first step will be to gain the ability to move once again. You only use it for the tougher platforming sections, so you wouldn't keep having to redo long sections of platforming. That is also... It's also a pretty valid use case, I'd say. Yeah, I definitely would have liked to have it equipped for some of the platforming that I needed to be able to get in and out of the vault. Still not entirely sure why the vault overseer's not connected to the rest of the overseers. I'm sure there is a story reason for it. That's a suspiciously open room. Yeah, this is a suspiciously open pathway. I'm not sure what I think of how open that is. That door is locked from the other side. Can I go up? I probably... The answer is going to be, I'm guessing I can just go up from the right side and actually make it. Yeah. Yeah, having the ability to just restore 1 layer per attempt would be quite helpful. Torn Overseer Root Slab. I don't think I have those roots unlocked. I think I found the Overseer before I found where the Overseer goes. I think I found the Overseer first. Why am I floating? That is concerning to me. Yeah, okay, low gravity. Okay, it's just low gravity. Slightly less concerning. But also, definitely still concerning. I can open the door. I don't trust any of these doors to actually ever be properly accessible. You're like... I just keep running to the right. Vault's shuttle. Roots are too far away. I have no idea where I am. Okay, we found the platform at least. Because I'd very much... Wait, what? Find a new way to get around. What? Hold on a second. The map loops. That's new information. Yeah, that is definitely new information. This is one of the few Metroidvania maps that loops around itself. Yeah, I don't see that very often. I've seen that... I can think of one other example off the top of my head, and that's Animal Well. Though that was also just a weird game. It's more of a Metroidvania than a Metroidvania as well. But hey, we figured something out here. I can open the door. Yeah, in the room with the overseer, maybe there's some way to go up? Oh, probably.
Persistent little fellow.
This hand does not... This looks like a boss fight. Yeah, that is... I like how it's called the anti-rat weapon.
Let me see how you dance, rat.
This boss seems malexander. I also don't have any of my boss fight tooling equipped. Because I've been doing boss fights with a different set of modifiers than non-boss fights. Since a bit more damage. I don't need the knocker basins for a boss fight itself. But yeah. I can probably go up in the room with Overseer. I'm gonna probably try that when I inevitably fail this boss fight several times. Or when I inevitably fail this boss fight. Because I have so many pathways to explore still. Yeah, you didn't expect this track to go so hard? It is kind of a good song, isn't it? I have no idea how much health they have. Apparently they have a active shield. Oh, I can probably break the yellow thing. Yeah, I can probably break the yellow thing. Yeah, go up. Oh yeah, there is just a pathway up here, isn't there? But why? I have the concern that I'm slightly low on health. Or not health. I'm slightly low on... Yeah, I'm slightly low on health. I have the concern I'm going to run into another tremor. And lose even more of my very, very limited health. I'm also going to mark that this is a boss trigger. Can I go further up? I don't think so. I don't think I can go further up there. Which is interesting. I see a pathway up here. I see a pathway up here. And then I have a couple of pathways from the general vicinity of the Solong fight that I just never dealt with. For honestly, any number of reasons. Now, I do wonder why it says fingertip broken. Because I know I can get on top of the elevator. Though I can't go... I can't seem to go up. Can I go down? Yeah, wonder what broken means. I wonder why it says it's broken, like from a lore standpoint. I do know what the word what a broken finger is. Okay, that door is just completely locked from this side. I know we're also missing a number of old cores. I mean, from what it sounds like, I permanently lost my max health, so it might not be repairable, or it might be repairable with some sort of item. To be determined, but I wonder if... Because I also have no idea how much health that boss fight has. Does this... Oh, does having lab saved... Okay, yeah, it is still two separate root systems. But it's a lot easier for me to get out of the vaults now. Yeah, the tremors only affect you, the other NPCs on the ship, and the enemy's boss. I think it was listed everything. I think that's a pretty solid list of everything in the game. I do see several pathways over here. I'm still not sure how to break the pink goop walls if I only have one of the explodey landmines. I think I had to break it if I have one of the green crystal things. But the green crystal things are not the exploding landmines. Is not locked in any way by the tremors. Yeah. I think my concern is less that it'll trigger the tremors, and more that it'll trigger something else that's terrifying. Oh, do I want to go this way, or do I want to go around the other way? Because this is a platforming section. There is a platform there. Honestly, I should let my health regenerate if I'm going to be doing things. Yeah, I don't know why I'm trying to do this whole section backwards. Because, yeah, I suspect that doing this section backwards is probably not the best way to get through this area back to... I don't know how to get past those walls. But here. Yeah, there was a design decision that caused some friction with players. I don't think I terribly mind them. They are just mildly concerning, given that they munch on my... maximum health. And I think there's a difference between... Oh yeah, I mind this as a mechanic, and... This is just a slightly terrifying mechanic. But yeah, they don't seem to be... They really don't seem to be a terrible thing. It is very unique. It's not something I've seen... It's not something I can say I've seen in a lot of games. And I always do appreciate the games I play trying new things. Yeah, just trying new things. Be that different damage mechanics or whatnot. Hey, Alexander, welcome to stream. I do kind of look like a superstar, don't I? Because, yeah, I have both the red and blue glasses, the regular glasses that I've always had for my model, and I have these. I also technically have a blindfold for my model now, which is fun and potentially going to be useful for certain future plans. Yeah, having a blindfold for my model is going to come in potentially useful in the future. Yeah, I see this pathway up here. But I also really want to figure out how to deal with the two purple walls over here. But yeah, given the story, you get why they did it. You can look past it. Some other people think it's too much of a deal breaker. Yeah, I can see the friction for your maximum health getting slowly whittled away throughout the game being a deal breaker for some players. But it does work with the story that the game wants to tell, and it doesn't feel like an outright unfair mechanic so much as it just feels like it doesn't feel like an outright unfair mechanic because the game is balanced around it, which does help a lot. But when the game is balanced around a potentially controversial design decision, I don't mind it. I think like an instance where I would mind something like the Tremors system. Yeah, it did feel a little bit bad the first time, but I'm mostly working around it. I'm able to mostly work around it. It is a very different system than what I normally see games doing. I need to make sure I don't get lost on the map trying to get to where I'm trying to get to the purple walls, because I don't know if I'm entirely consistent. I don't know if I'm entirely consistent. The game does give me ways to handle my health getting slowly whittled down by letting me get more max health and whatnot, so it's not... It works, I think. Okay, I need to go up here. Yeah, one platforming challenge at a time. Because I've noticed that there are the 2 purple walls here. And I'm guessing there is a way for me to break them using these landmines and my currently unlocked abilities. But I'm not sure... I'm not sure how to get an energy charge out of these landmine creatures. Yeah, you definitely do not know where the tremor triggers are. Because, yeah, this... Because I'm sure there's a mechanic here. The reason you don't mind is bosses having less health. Because, yeah, having less health does not... It's not as important as it is in a lot of other games. Yeah. It's more... It really... Because, yeah, every boss in this game seems to be... to some degree... beatable without without taking damage. Okay, I noticed that if I can figure out how this mechanic works, I can also open up what I think is a shortcut over here. Actually, this one might be better to try to figure it out on, because this looks like it's just a wall over. But, like, I know how... Like, I have the energy attack ability unlocked. But it doesn't seem to want to ever give it to me off the landmines. This is kind of what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, let's not... I have most of them. I don't have whatever the first ability is. But I do have Slingshot, which has let me break a bunch of... It has let me break a bunch of the purple walls. But it has let me break the ones that have the green dot next to them. So I'm not sure if this is somehow an interaction between that ability and the first one that I'm somehow still missing. Or if I'm just not understanding something about how this mechanic is put together. Because, yeah, it doesn't seem to ever give me an energy charge. It doesn't seem to ever give me an energy charge off the landmine. I can do it up. It's like going through, like, the... I'm guessing I have to somehow connect to that line with the glowy bit. But that doesn't seem to want to do anything. It doesn't seem to want to do anything is the weird part. Okay, I should also be a little more careful. Yeah, you get it? This one, you need a mod equip that spawns a green crystal when I take damage. I believe it's called pain conversion. Do I even have that modifier unlocked? Yeah, I don't think I have that as a modifier even. Oh, I do have that as a modifier. Of course, that means I have to go all the way back to... I would not have figured that out, like, ever. That means I have to, unfortunately, go, like, all the way back. Luckily, I don't think I actually care about any of the knocker that I currently have. Or is that the wrong one? Yeah, I don't think I have a way to spawn. I don't think I have whatever it is. I don't see anything that says it spawns a green crystal. Unless Mel is selling it, but then I'm short the fact that I don't think I have any old cores right now. I have one old core. I'm just gonna warp back to the Overseer roots, because I don't have that much Nakra. That would make sense, because I'm not... It's hard to figure out how some of these mechanics work. Ah, yes. Missing my jump and falling into the poison gloom water. Not my favorite. This room's not normally... Because, like, a lot of... The reason it's so confusing is that a lot of the other enemies do give me the ability to get an energy sometimes. And I can't tell what differentiates them. I don't know what differentiates the two. I want to be able to break all the purple walls because they would... I have a sneaking suspicion that being able to break all the purple walls in the game will be exceptionally helpful in the long run. Because that, I'm guessing, is hiding a rather large quantity of useful items. Okay, I need to go around and to the left, because I'm going to try to get to this pathway. I think. I think that's the pathway I want to take. It should be a little bit... Yeah, it should be a little bit not overly terrible to get over to that pathway. I just didn't even know it existed because it was never marked on my map. But the game seems to think it's accessible. I'm guessing it's... I'm gonna guess it's up there. Though how to get up there is a different question. Splintering dodge. I think I'd recognize that name if I had it, but I don't think I have it. It feels like it would probably be somewhere in this area, though. See, that feels... I can't tell if it's doable or not. I can't tell if that jump up is doable or not. Because I don't have any energy if I launch myself up there. Yeah, I don't get any energy if I launch myself up using that crystal. Which is... Is there a good way for me to get past this platform section? Because I can hover... I can hairpin. I'm suspecting I can't dodge those. Yeah, this area definitely looks like it'll splinter if you don't dodge. Yeah, it'll spawn an energy crystal when I dodge an attack. Interesting. Yeah, I see an item up here, but I'm not sure I'm not sure how to actually get up to that item. I'm not entirely sure how to get up to that item because I can't grab onto the ceiling either. Because I don't have anything that I don't have any abilities that will let me restore my energy once I get up there. And that does not... Yeah, going to the right also doesn't seem... Going to the right also doesn't... Yeah, for some reason, that is the second time my microphone has decided to cut out today. And I'm not sure why it's doing that all of a sudden. If I unplug and replug my microphone, it starts working again, but I need to debug that after the stream. So definitely not just you. I'm thinking I might want to check out what some of these other pathways are, because I'd very much like to find my missing upgrade. I mean, yesterday my internet broke. Today it is apparently my microphone. Next stream, who knows what it'll be. Granted, my internet is currently held together with an actual with actually like 2 pieces of duct tape and some super glue. So things are slightly held together with some minor amount of jank. But hey, that's kind of how streaming goes a lot of the time. I do need to figure out why my microphone's cutting out occasionally. Like, if it cut out for like a 10th of a second and then came back on its own, I'd be significantly less concerned than the fact that my microphone's occasionally cutting out and I have to like unplug it and plug it back in. Because it's making it to the audio interface correctly, but then it's not making it into the stream from there. Oh, was this the pathway through Redacted? This was the pathway through Redacted, wasn't it? I'm still not sure what this area is supposed to be called because, well, the name got redacted. And let's not get squished by the elevator. Okay, picking up some of these known items is, I'm suspecting, going to be quite useful in exploring some of these other pathways. Because we're definitely missing an upgrade somewhere. And I don't think Mel sells Splinter Dodge. Nope. Anyway, he got out of the bell. I kind of just auto started clicking through things. Getting hit by an energy or an enemy generates an energy shard. That might work also. Though I need old cores to use that or to buy it. Because I'm not sure if an energy shard is the green thing or what, but that sounded... Yeah, when hitting energy shards. That might let me get... If I can get enough old cores, that might work also, actually. For being able to break those purple walls. That's an interesting thought. That required me to get hit by an enemy, but also I can get a lot of health fairly easily. I see at least 2 pathways not hidden behind bosses off of this Overseer, because I have both that tunnel and that tunnel. And also, I suppose, that item. Which is 3 things to investigate. And then there's also a boss over here that I could probably beat fairly easily. I think could probably beat fairly easily. Oh, wait, is this the fan that I'm gonna need? That, like, caused me to get a bunch of concussions? Is it gonna prevent me from being able to go down this pathway? No, I can just fall down the side. I had a brief moment there I was worried that the fan would be blocking the entire pathway. I should fall down the left side. I should fall down the left side where there's not a random little overhang. There's an item there. Hold on. I saw the item menu, or like the little item indicator pop up for like just a split second. Oh, I do need to fall down the right side. I just need to be smarter going down the right side then. Yeah, I saw I saw an item indicator on the side of the screen there. I can definitely go down the fan pathways. I can definitely go down the fan pathways by just using my crawl along walls ability. I'm heading to the item. I'm heading to this item first because I know it's definitely possible to get that item. I just didn't get it last time I came through here for whatever reason. Honestly, it probably was not. I think it was just because I didn't want to deal with more fans. I don't think I had the tendril grab ability quite yet. I don't think I had the tendril grabbing ability last time I came through this area. Okay, 1, 2, jump up, jump up. There's also several items over to the right, which I think I accessed from that direction. I think is how I access those. Oh, right. I need to remember how the platforming and puzzles in this game are actually put together. It's not terribly difficult. Not terribly difficult for me to get up. I just need to actually get up. Oh, did I? What was the puzzle here? I think it was I needed to grapple off that one, fall into the wind. How did I get up here last time? Okay, I need to, because what I need is I need energy and to be in that top section. I've definitely solved this puzzle before. Okay. I mean, I suppose that technically works. I'm gonna heal while I am right next to a free heal point. I honestly kind of like how the game doesn't give you easy access to healing. Okay, apparently if you go fast enough, you just go straight through the wind. That's actually not something I had ever realized. Oh. They're just gonna get stuck. Or they're just gonna get blown straight into the danger spikes. Okay, 1, 2. I do have to be a little bit careful facing the enemies in this game, because they are definitely able to take any enemy in this game can definitely take me on directly and stand a fairly good chance of winning. Okay, where was the other item that I saw over here? Or was it just that crystallized Nacra? It may have just been the crystallized Nacra. Yeah, it may have legitimately just been the crystallized Nacra. That was the item I saw here. I'd like to get these old cores, and there is an old core that's apparently tucked in over to the left side? Because every item I can pick up is very, very helpful at the end of the day. But I need to actually pick up the items. And just a slight bit of puzzle on how to get to half of the items in the game. In addition to figuring out where the items even are in the first place. Okay, I apparently just cannot go that way. Oh right, this was the platforming challenge, I think after we just got our crawl along walls ability for the first time. If I'm not misremembering, I think this was that. I think this is the same platforming challenge. Okay. I don't know why I'm bothering to break all the stuff that gives me Nakra, because I'm not exactly expecting to survive long enough to pick it up. Yeah, there are still the other 2 pathways. It looks like there is... Yeah, it looks like there is the tunnel, or the old core that I marked on the map, this way somewhere. Whether or not it's actually this way, or if I already... Because I very well may have already gotten it. What did I just get? Did I just get stuck on the level geometry? Okay, I did already get that one. Okay, so it really was just the one crystallized... It really was just the one crystallized Nakra. That is... I mean, I suppose I've marked it off the map now, so I don't need to worry about it later. This game is definitely a little bit... Yeah, I saw it again. I saw the item on to the left. Okay, there's like an item like directly to the left of me, like right there. I have no idea what item it is. But I see its indicator. I see the item's indicator. Okay, I want to go down more. Okay. I can do a surprising amount of just sneaking around in this game, and it's honestly kind of fun. It's honestly kind of fun just how much I can sort of sneak around stuff. Though, can I get here from this direction to where will I ultimately need to go? Honestly, it might be easier to go down this way instead. Because I'm not sure if I can make it up. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can actually make it back up that particular little section. But I know I can come in from the left, because that's how I got here initially. One bit of puzzle solving at a time. And eventually we'll untangle the entire map and game. This game is more than a little bit confusing. But it is fun. Hey, thanks for my stream, Alexander. And, yes, sleep is important. Sleep is generally pretty important. Thanks for my stream. How do I get to that elevator? I've done this run back like 30 times because I'm pretty sure this is right past the Atlas boss fight. Actually, this is like right past the Atlas boss fight. Which is workable, because I think if I can find... I have, what, 1 broken core? I think if I can find 2 more, I can pick up something that will let me take damage, spawn an energy shard, break purple goop. I think is the chain of how things are ordered. But step 1 is 2 old cores. Because 2 old cores gives me 3 total. Gives me a way to spawn energy shards on taking damage. Yeah, there is apparently a pathway up here. I don't know what is actually going on in this upper section of the area. But it looks like, but it is marking it on the map. It's definitely marking something on the map up there. And I'm guessing just based off of next to no evidence that there is a item of some variety if I can sneak up here. There is. That's one of the 2 old cores we need. I will. You know what? I'll take it. I saw another item marker somewhere around there-ish. I'm not sure what type of item marker it is, but I can see it. I can see it at least. It's kind of right up there. Oh, it's just a junk pile. I don't need to mark that off on my. I don't need to mark that on my map. I do not need to mark junk piles on the map. Just items that I know exist, but that I've been unable to acquire for what any number of reasons. Be that missing an upgrade or usually missing an upgrade. Again, I'm also. I also am probably missing a lot of things even marked on my map, which is somewhat unfortunate. Okay, so the other one is if I go down the elevator, go left, and then down even more, there's something here. Yeah, there's something there. I want... Because I want to find as many... I need at least one more old core, but I mean, more old cores equals more health and more ability slots, and just more everythings. And the more of anything I get, the generally better shape I'm going to wind up in being in, I think. Because if I get more coding components, that gives me more health. If I get more old cores, that'll give me... Yeah, more old cores will give me more ability to just do stuff by purchasing either ability slots or similar. Can I get down? Can I actually get down this? Actually, a good question. I should probably wait for my energy to be fully recharged before I try to crawl down the thing that needs me to have energy. Or do I need to go around from... Because I could go around from the right side, like come in from this direction. Because I have the ability that lets me go against the wind. That might actually work better. Yeah, that might work. Or at least that might be a little bit easier to come in from that direction. Since that is, I believe, just a hairpin on the left of the vertical fall. Yeah. I think there was also a junk pile or something in this room. Okay, let's not take a bunch of damage either, though. I think if I stand in the entryway, I can crawl along the ceiling, and there was something over here. Okay, yeah, there wasn't. This is another old core, and the more old cores I get, the better. Because yeah, even doing a little bit of just light exploration in this game seems to come in very, very handy in the slightly longer run. Okay, I need to go left, up, and around. Yeah, left, up, and around. Okay, yeah, this is the correct wind tunnel. I only have a very vague recollection, so I think I ran through this section of the game one time. I think I've only run through this section of the game once, which is a little bit concerning. Because yeah, I can sneak here. Is there a tunnel there. There is not a tunnel there. I think I do just need to crawl down the wind. Oh, that's gonna send me all the way up, isn't it? Okay, I can actually sort of escape the wind. That's good to know. Because if I can... yeah, if I can escape the wind, that means I don't have to go all the way back around. Let's try that again. If I can actually... okay, yeah, if I can get out of the wind. That is definitely still a requirement, though. Yeah, I just, like, barely don't have enough energy to make it down all the way. Yeah, I can't escape horizontal wind, but I can escape this vertical wind. Yeah, I can almost make it out. What about if I go all the way down and then I try to do my attack? That might let me... because I want whatever's down here. I do want whatever is... I want whatever item is hiding from me. In this feels... yeah, this feels like it's probably doable. The map seems to think it's doable at the very... at the very least, the map seems to think I can pull this off. The map has much more confidence in my abilities than I do. That is something I've definitely noticed. Okay. I need to be... it's like I almost just need like 5% more energy. Yeah, if I had like even like 5% more energy, it's not possible. Don't waste my time. The map says it's possible. Also, it would not be the first time I've movement janked my way somewhere in even this game. Though we do have the old cores that I wanted. And we do have enough of the old cores that I was looking to collect, because that'll let me buy something that gives me energy shards. There's another way. Is there like a tunnel to the side? Hold on, let's not get blown all the way up the wind. Because if there was another way, it would probably be from this side. Yeah, it would probably be something from this side if I had to guess. But also, I don't think I remember seeing anything over here. But yeah, I'll get there on true ending path. Yeah, I have no idea how to get down there. Suppose I can just go back up, because I did accomplish my goal of finding 3 old cores to get something that sounds like it will spawn energy shards. And if it does, if I'm reading it correctly, that it does spawn me energy shards. If I'm reading correctly, it does actually spawn me energy shards. I'll be able to get there. I have to find the missing finger. I have no idea where that would be. I'm sure I'm going to randomly stumble into... because I'm going to true ending the game. I have no idea how long that's going to take. Yeah, I have no idea how long it's going to take to true ending the game. But I'm going to at some point. Because this game, I still have no idea what's going on. Okay, I think if I attune this gate, warp to near Mel, I can then take that elevator near Mel down also? I think I can take the elevator near Mel down also to get back down into like the lower section. Once I get the ability, and then I can warp from there. Once I get to the lower section, I can warp down or across, go to the purple stuff and break it. I think. Good to see you in one piece at last. That last tremor was a real piece. Honestly, what's up with them pearls? Think they'd have put a stop to it by now, but no. They'll let us flicker out with the vessel. The heart powers the rest of them too, you know? If she fails, they all fail. Yeah, but hey, I'm only one unit, so what do I know? They're the big ones. They must know better than me. Because yeah, this is what I think will let me get get something useful at least. Yeah, not every robot is aligned with the mission. I did know that they have that mission of, or the travelers? Yeah, the travelers have that mission of making it to the promised land. Honestly, anybody who calls themselves the travelers and are trying to make it to the promised land are probably don't have your best interests in mind. You know? Yeah, I'm not sure why they were trying to make it there, what the promised land is. I'm still not entirely sure what the pearls are, other than we've been collecting a bunch of them. We're slowly untangling a giant puzzle of some variety. Yeah, that's the mod I need, by the way, for the other thing. That's why I got this mod, because I think I can use this to break those two purple walls, which would be rather nice. Yeah, it would be rather nice if I can break those purple walls. I do need to make sure it's equipped, though. So I'm going to uninstall that one and install defragmentation instead. Because I really want to be able to break the purple walls that have landmines next to them. Or whatever those enemies are called. And I have the ability to, if I just stand here for a second, get one extra protection layer that is the one that regenerates. Okay, that's not exactly how I intended to go through that room. Yeah, I can't say that's necessarily how I intended to make it through that room, but if it works, I suppose. I need to go through this drawer to the right. Oh, do I only get energy on from an enemy when I defeat the enemy? Is that the trigger? I think that is the trigger. Yeah, I think that is the trigger for getting energy from an enemy. Is a defeat, possibly a dodge, yeah. Okay, I need to make it through this room. Yeah, dodge and attack. Does dodge and attack also work? Because I did just get it from defeating a couple of those enemies. Hi there. Do you have any other text for me? Lost again, And if you have time, maybe I can entertain you for a bit. Imagine a faraway world, many times the size of our vessel. Its ground is covered in all sorts of colorful wires, glowing spare parts made of never-gripping gears. Its corridors are big enough that you never have to hunch to pass a door, and rivers of the purest, whitest nacre flow continually through. Too tacky, yes? That's what I think too. To be honest, all this storytelling affair is harder than it seems. Whoever came up with the original stories had quite the vivid imagination. Yeah, I think that the energy shard I equipped said this one's getting hit, so I think it's a different one than the dodge that you suggested, but it does say energy shard. That is specifically the terminology that the ability that lets me break purple walls mentions. That one specifically mentions energy shards. So I suspect... Yeah. It does... So if it works, it'll work. If it'll work, it'll work. But yeah, for getting it from just defeating from just fighting enemies, I was kind of wondering why I was only sometimes getting the ability. I have jumped into that goop water, I think, every single time I've come through this room. I'm pretty sure it's every single time. But, well, maybe the goop water shouldn't be, gooping. And then I need to go up and to the right. Okay. I've not messed that one up in a while. This isn't a terribly difficult platform to make it to. Yeah, there we go. Because I'm pretty sure... I'm actually going to do the one on the right side first, because it has a larger area outside of the blast radius of the landmine. Okay, apparently I'm just, like, unable to take a damage. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that technically solves the problem. Yeah, I do have the glide, I suppose. But I'm also running out of energy at that point. Okay, yeah, that does get me past the walls. Ooh, it's a coding component. I like picking up coding components. Why does this look like a difficult platforming challenge that I have no idea how to get past? Okay, can I... I'm thinking, I think if I go over, I can then glide to the left? And maybe clear that? Actually, will the glide let me clear that? Yeah, I don't think I can get enough... I don't think I get enough verticality to make it over there. And I'm guessing that pathway is the same ability that will let me get the item from up top. Both of which are honestly not majorly problematic, just minorly problematic. What's that? Where's that pathway go? Now I'm curious. Yeah, this game really does just throw so many just random pathways that you can't go down at you. It's a little bit tricky to navigate everything. But hey, eventually I will find whatever ability I'm missing. Presumably. It's not... I will say, that's not the most useful... I will say, that's probably not the most useful... Or the one that spawns the energy shards on damage is probably not the most useful ability ever. Unless I'm trying to break purple walls that don't have an energy shard near them. At which point it suddenly becomes like the most useful ability in the entire game. For that one particular case. I don't think I can make it through this room to the right, unfortunately. I think I might have to go, like, loop all the way around. Not that it's a super difficult loop around to pull off. I suppose. Because, I can just open up this pathway now. That's convenient. Yeah, you're definitely not going to need it anymore, at least as far as you know. I might swap it out at some point. Also, the fact that I'm no longer having to race through this area is, I'm suspecting, going to be rather helpful. Because this room is not terribly difficult to make it past. I don't think this room is going to be terrible to make it past. I just don't think I had any health the first time I came down here. Oh no, it is this room. Which, okay, this might be a little tricky. I think if I time it correctly... Yeah, I think if I time it correctly, I will be able to make it past fairly quickly. Or I think I will be able to make it past this if I time it correctly. I just need to know when to jump. I think I just need to know when to... I think I just need to figure out the timing for when I need to jump to the right. Because if I can't use my hover ability. Because my hover ability will... I need to be not there. I'm going to stand like right there. Okay, how do I... Well, what is the timing? Because I'm guessing I need to... I'm guessing I need to bounce off the landmine. Go to the right, probably single jump and then hairpin to make it past. Okay, I mean, that technically works. That was not how I planned to approach that. I can't say that was how I planned to approach that problem, but it worked. I'm not sure I could replicate that, though. I'm not sure I can replicate half of this stuff I'm doing in this game. So I really do not want to get crushed by the crushers. Okay, that's a shortcut to somewhere. Okay, this is the bottom of the elevator, so this is a shortcut. I always get worried when I see a shortcut because that normally means... Locked requires access code 3 of 6. Fascinating. That feels important. Yeah, that feels very important. I'm not sure where the other access codes are, but something requiring access codes, and 6 of them, does feel very important. I just got smushed. Try to not get smushed again. Oh, I'm guessing I can probably just run up the wall, can't I? Yeah, I'm guessing I can just run up that wall to the right. I see some crystallized Nakra off to the side. Okay. Maybe trying to traverse this room in reverse is not the best idea. Yeah, one puzzle of a room at a time. Also, is there something back here? Or is this just a smusher for no reason? I think that's just a smusher for no real reason. I do need to watch out for Yeah, I do need to watch out for the crushers. Oh, I need to be on the right side of that top crusher, don't I? I want to try to do this. I don't think this is possible to do. This room is necessarily possible to do backwards. So it's not, wouldn't be terrible to get back around the other side. I think I may just mark that as there is a Nakra droplet item there-ish. Because I also noticed that there are a couple of... that there's a second pathway, or actually a couple of other pathways, way off to the right. Kind of in the Sawlong arena somewhere. Yeah, somewhere in the Sawlong arena, it looks like there's a couple of other items hiding in that area in some variety. And I think it's going to be easier for me to make it through the Sawlong arena, given I'm not on severe time crunch anymore. Because poor Sawlong got slightly eviscerated by me earlier. It's not there. I don't know where it would be, or I don't know where it is because I didn't see those. I didn't see any other pathways on my first path or first pass through the area. I am surprised I managed to save that. Yeah, this is about 100 times easier when you're not being chased by a giant saw blade covered creature. Turns out that being chased by giant saw blade wielding creatures is moderately bad for your long-term survival. I mean, I could get through this entire section fairly easily by the time I beat Sawlong. Yeah, it is slightly easier right now for this time. I do see that there's piping leading somewhere, which is that is quite interesting to me. That is quite interesting. Yeah, only slightly. Yeah, do not eat saw, or do not run into saw blades. It is a little bit dangerous. I'm just looking for any random secret pathways I can find that I obviously missed. There is the Nakra Basin down here. I don't think that's really terribly useful, though. Yeah, I do like the energy crystal mechanic. This game has some very unique and interesting mechanics for how you navigate around the world. Yet I am no longer being chased by giant saw blades of doom. Though that doesn't mean I can mess up my platforming either. Because yeah, if I take too much damage from the platforming... Okay, that is not how I go through that area. I did this like 3 times in a row without messing up, and now I'm just messing up constantly. It was hairpin, hairpin off that one, hairpin off that one, and I'm up here on a new solid platform. That landmine spent a long time just sitting there. Yeah, these platforms do seem to be fairly solid. Okay, it's kind of where it starts sloping down is where I need to figure out how to go. Up instead? Somehow I can go up there. I don't actually know if I can make it up there right now. But it feels like it feels like it's probably at least worth checking in on, because yeah, this is where it slopes down. So I think it is that tunnel. I think it is that tunnel to the in the upwards direction is where I need to or at least the pathway on the map is showing. But I don't see an obvious way up there. Also, I apparently forgot to wait for my health to regenerate there. And we're not that far from... We're not in a super dangerous spot, at least. Yeah, I don't see an obvious way to get up there. Which worries me. And am I stalling doing the boss fights? Maybe a little bit. Yeah, I don't see a pathway. I don't see a pathway to get up there. Which is... Yeah, that's a little bit concerning. There is still the pathway over here by these doors. So I think I may just clear this platforming section and mark that up path, mentally mark that upwards path as probably needs some other ability. Because I think I probably need some other ability. I need to be more careful. Okay, this section is apparently difficult even without Solong chasing me down. Yeah, apparently this area is still difficult. I can stand here and get my health back. That is, or at least get my 1 health that regenerates back. Okay, and then I can quickly run down the very dangerous platform there. 'Cause yeah, this door I believe was locked. Yeah, that door is locked from the other side to the pit. How do I get into that area? There are so many twisty-turny pathways around the map. Yeah, there are just so many twisty-turny pathways around the map. I don't think I can make it up there either. Yeah, I don't think I can make it up there. Yeah, I don't think I can make it up that pathway either. So there's 2 pathways along this tunnel that are, functionally speaking, non-traversable. Interesting. I did figure out where the access codes go. So this round of exploration wasn't entirely wasted. But this game's world is a little bit hard to navigate at times, which is entirely a skill issue on my part. I will absolutely just acknowledge that. But I mean, at least it's a very pretty world. Yeah, that's a lot of locked doors. I think we are probably in the position where I need to take out or I need to actually fight one of the bosses to continue. I suspect I'm at the point where I just need to do one of the boss fights. I have Poltergeist and I have, I don't know, the Rat Destroyer. I forgot what their actual name was. I forgot what this boss's actual name was, but they were somewhat tricky. I actually have to run to the boss fight, though. I can jump up here. Yeah. I'm just trying to make sure I'm navigating in the correct direction, which is why I keep opening my map up. Because I have the navigational abilities of a... I'm not sure what I have the navigational abilities of, but it's not... But I cannot navigate most of the time. Okay, I can make it up here. That door is also locked. There are a lot of locked doors in this game. I have also noticed that, because it seems to be how MIO does most of its like world navigation or like unlocking stuff around the world seems to be via various blocked passageways and locked doors. I never did figure out why this room has low gravity. But the low gravity is still mildly concerning to me. Why can I not double jump in the low gravity? That's a little strange. Like taking my double jump. Toddler, maybe? I suppose maybe. I don't know, I have... Here's a theory that I have zero evidence to support it, but I'm suspecting that the finger that we need to replace is somehow located behind the locked door that needs us to have the 6 access codes, or something related to finding it. I'm suspecting is behind that locked door. Okay, I do not need energy shard. I do not need free knocker repair. I don't need any knocker repair for what I'm about to do. Okay, apparently I just got an achievement. I don't need the extra layer of health from that one. I'm probably going to equip that. I might wind up unequipping it. I'm trying to read through these because we're going to go fight the enemy. We're going to go fight the boss. So I definitely need to equip halfway decent. A halfway decent combination of abilities. Okay, if I don't turn on the energy health, I get faster energy regen. It's really not terribly helpful. Yeah, these don't... A lot of these don't seem to be the most useful abilities ever. I don't know, might as well turn on the extra energy recharge, or... I don't know. I have enough modifier slots that I'm not immediately, like, running out of modifier slots trying to prep for the boss fight. Because knowing how much health or how much damage I'm dealing to the boss is moderately helpful. Because that gives me a sense of, okay, I need to... Of how long how long the boss fight is. And that modifier has taught me several things about the combat system and how I deal damage over time. Yeah, boss fight. That I'm probably going to get slightly trashed by again. Yeah, from Anra, the anti-rat weapon. I don't think that it's very nice to call me a rat. They don't have a black section on their health bar. So I just got like very distracted by that. I need to get way... Yeah, I need to get way better at the timing on those dodges. That was a lot of Noctropals I just lost right there, but I don't think I'm actually that upset about it. But Honor does not have a black section on their health bar. I'm not sure what I think about that. That is concerning. Yeah, that is rather concerning that they just have that much or that they just don't have that. That means they weren't impacted. From what I know, that means they're not impacted by the tremors. And then they also have a very... Yeah, their attacks are... Or the attack timing for them... I mean, dodging their attacks is a little bit strange. I'm having a hard time mentally figuring out the dodge. Yeah, I'm having a hard time figuring out the dodge timings. This definitely seems possible. I think I just need to figure out the dodge timings for the fight. Because I keep trying to dodge and keep getting hit. I have not fully figured out if that's because I'm trying to dodge, taking a hit, because I'm trying to dodge while mid-attack combo, though. Yeah, if I try to dodge too quickly after I attack, it doesn't dodge, or if I'm just have their timing. I think I might need to just dodge a little bit sooner. I think that's what I need to probably... I think I just need to dodge a little bit sooner. Maybe a little... Or is it later? I'm having a really hard time actually getting a dodge off on these attacks. I've gotten like, I think I've gotten one dodge off in total, which is not a lot. Because the dodge window seems to be something that I'm not fully expecting. Hold on. Is that a hole in the wall? That is not a hole in the wall. That is just what looks like a hole in the wall. I thought that might have been like a shortcut or a secret pathway of some sort, but it looks like it's just a slightly silly looking bit of the map. Okay. One attempt at a time, we will eventually beat the boss. Though this fight feels like it's fun once you learn the dodge timings. The keyword there is once you learn the dodge timings. Yeah, they're definitely the attacks are definitely dodgeable. Yeah, the attacks are definitely dodgeable. I just am having a really hard time with with the dodge timings for each attack. This feels doable though. Actually, I'm gonna turn off enemy damage. Modifier center. I'm gonna turn off energy damage. Because that gives me... That only gives me 15. Because I kind of want... I'm not sure which one of if any of these would actually be helpful for me to turn on. I don't know. I'm constantly just gonna be fiddling with my various equipped items. Because I definitely do not want to allocate 40 modifier slots to a 5th health. And there's not an easily accessible Nakra basin on the run back either. I am tired. Okay, my dodge timing's... It's fairly generous, but I think I'm just... not quite dodging. Is there an ability that makes my that touches my dodge ability? I don't think there was. I don't think there was one that will help me with dodging. Because I can't spam dodge. So I need the timing to be fairly close. I just need the timing to be fairly close, and I'm just having a difficult time getting the dodge timing correct to avoid taking a bunch of damage from like every single attack. Because yeah, that's I definitely cannot move out of the way of like any attack that Anra throws at me. There is just no shot that I'm like dodging those attacks by moving. So I really do just need to figure out the correct dodge timing for each of the attacks. And then I should be, in theory, should be good. Should be good to go once that happens. But yeah, the timing is, because I'm not getting any feedback other than you missed your dodge timing. And I can't tell if I'm doing it too early or too late. I think I'm firing it off too late for most of them. That one I think was too early. But I think, especially on the horizontal attack, I think I'm doing it too late. Yeah, it's hard for me to read the attack in time. It's hard for me to read the attack in time to dodge it. And then I think my dodge timing is also off because I think the dodge timing windows on this boss are rather small. Or at least they feel smaller than they do on most bosses, because the boss doesn't have as much of a wind-up as a lot of the others. And I'm not great at bosses that don't have much in the way of a wind-up. Okay, that one I think I was just way too early. Okay, I got a dodge off there. Okay, I think that's the first time I've actually gotten 2 dodges off in a single attempt of this boss. Because yeah, they are hard attacks to dodge. Because that is well, like I said, it's a very short dodge window. I legitimately think that the answer for how to beat this boss is I just need to keep throwing myself at the boss until my muscle memory builds up enough that I can actually dodge their attacks. At least fairly consistently. That's my suspicion. That's kind of going to be my current approach. Because I'm dealing a decent chunk of damage to the boss. I just am getting hit by almost every one of their attacks. I'm just getting hit by almost every one of their attacks, which is kinda terrible. Because they are... Yeah, they are fast. Yeah, they are a very fast-moving boss. I mean, they are very robotic. They are very robotic. I am starting to piece together the correct timings for the dodges. And then, but yeah, I am starting to piece together the correct timing for the dodges. Slowly. I mean, I do suppose that at least part of the reason why I initially even had MIO cross my radar as a game to play was because it was tagged as a difficult game. So I am getting exactly what I signed up for. I am getting exactly what I signed up for, which is just difficulty. Play difficult game, wonder why I'm having a hard time with the difficult game. But, well, it is what it is. I do like the difficult games, though. Difficulty does not really actually bother me. Because it just means it's room for me to get better and actually have to master how a game is put together. Which is honestly a lot of fun. I like games that require an actual level of mastery for me to have a chance of even winning at all. That's a triple attack. I need to figure out how to break the yellow shield barrier, and I think it's by attacking the crystal thing that the hand is holding instead of the boss. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that triggers an entire new phase. That's a new attack. That is definitely a new attack. Was not expected it to pull out a laser beam. It's the best attempt we've had so far. We're definitely getting better. Improving one bit at a time. Yeah, improve one bit at a time, and eventually we will work out whatever is going on, and in the boss fight. And hey, there's only so many ways to mess up a boss fight. Eventually you will win. Because you just run out of mistakes to make after a while. Which is the true secret to how to play a game. Play a difficult game is just run out of mistakes. Make every mistake that the game can throw your way. And then just keep going. Okay, yeah, I am working out the dodge timings for sure. I'm not sure if my dodge timings were... I'm not sure which direction my dodge timings were off by before. They're still definitely not perfect. But I am doing it a little bit more consistently. I need to hit the yellow crystal, but it keeps moving. Yeah, the yellow shield crystal keeps just moving around the map. Okay, they are going to... That's an attack I haven't seen before either, so I don't know how to deal with it. Which is... Yeah, it's hard. It's also hard to deal with attacks that you've not yet seen. Okay, I think if I just stay... I think if I'm just a little bit more careful... This phase doesn't seem nearly as difficult as the last phase did. Yeah, phase 2 feels easier than phase 1. I think. The attacks on phase 2 feel a lot easier for me to dodge. Either by just moving out of the way or by actually just using my dodge ability. And I think I'm getting more consistent at phase 1 as well. Which means we're getting closer. Well, one attempt at a time. Because yeah, the boss definitely is doable. We got him down to a relatively low amount of their health bar. Which means that this should hopefully only take a couple of more attempts. Because it really is just a matter of which attacks are they going to throw at me, and how many of them am I going to mess up the dodge for. Okay, that one has a massive attack range on it. Yeah, so some of these attacks do have a pretty hilariously large attack range. Which does make them a little bit difficult to deal with. Yeah, the attacks on this phase feel fairly challenging to me. Also, the fact when the hand's just stuck all the way up in the air, it's really hard for me to get a triple combo off to stun. Yeah, it's not a terrible attack to dodge, actually. Yeah, a lot of the attacks on this phase are entirely dodgeable. I just need to be more cautious. Also, the fact that they're just hanging out all the way up here in the air. Though granted, I suppose I could just... Okay. I think when they're in the air, if I hairpin off them, that will give me a little bit more damage output in phase 2, which should help. Should help, because that's... We got their health bar pretty low that time as well. They're not... We're not, like, leaving them with, like, 3/4 of their health bar. We're leaving them with, like, 10, 15%. Which I think is a workable amount of health. Like, it definitely feels like a workable amount of health to me. And, like, this should be entirely possible. Oh, I can probably hairpin this phase as well, couldn't I? Yeah, I could probably hairpin phase 1 as well. That triple attack does mess me up occasionally. Yeah, that triple attack does throw me for a bit of a loop. Okay, that's gonna... I then need to focus entirely on dodging and hitting the yellow thing. Because that will stun them. That doesn't give me any extra healing, unfortunately. Yeah, that is problematic when I mess up dodging that attack. Okay. I should really just focus on avoiding as much damage as I can. Come on. Okay, we're not dead yet. This attack is fairly easy for me to dodge. Okay, maybe? Maybe. Don't need a health bar when you can just wail on it till it dies. I did have, like, a couple of extra health slots. Oh, they're Dr. Holm. That's a 2-phase boss fight. Or double boss fight. Okay. I'm guessing we have to redo the Anra fight, then? That's gonna be my rough guesstimate. Yeah, I just had a couple of extra modifier slots that I'm like, I don't know what to put here, so I turned the enemy health bars back on. Because none of the 10s are really that useful to me. Or at least none of the 10 cost ones that I have unlocked are really that useful to me in a boss fight. But the ones that cost 20, there's a couple of useful ones that cost 20. But that gives me like 10 or 15 modifier slots to hang out with. Okay, I do have to redo the boss fight. The fact that it said Dr. Holm was definitely a bit of a twist there. Okay, so this is a... I do need to be more consistent at getting through this boss fight without being at 1 health. Which I suppose I can just work on. Because each attempt I do get better at the boss each try. I am definitely getting better at the boss. It's just not the easiest boss ever. Also, I suppose I probably know what happened to Dr. Holm's last assistant is, they ran down here and got obliterated. It's probably why they vanished. Yeah, it's just like major plot twists. It's just like major plot twists in the game that I'm just like completely ignoring. Because yeah, if I can make... I don't think it's a terrifyingly... Yeah, I don't think it's a terrifyingly difficult boss. Like, this boss seems more than reasonable. I just also was not necessarily expecting a... Apparently my hairpin's just not gonna work there. Okay, actually, I'm gonna focus on damage avoidance over just making sure I deal the most damage possible. Oh, they can recharge their... I did not realize that they could recharge their yellow shield in this phase. So this... I suppose that makes it a little bit easier, because Because yeah, them recharging the yellow shield does mean that they get stunned when I break it.
I will not bow to a rat.
Okay, yeah, Dr. Holland here apparently has a little bit of an attitude. Yeah, they have a little bit of an attitude. I mean, they're attacking their own sworn assistant, I suppose. Okay, that's still a little rough. I think I have time for 1 or 2 more attempts here. Yeah, because, like, we are technically Dr. Holland's assistant. We signed up on some robot somewhere else with a life sentence. And apparently they just do not like anybody, including their assistant who volunteered to help out. I don't think Dr. Holden is a particularly good employer. just given that. This does seem to be... This is definitely one of the more interesting boss fights I've had in the game so far, though. Because a lot of the bosses felt a little bit weird to fight sometimes. But this one, the honor here, feels pretty fun. I think the one that mostly felt weird to fight was Atlas. So it's more one boss that felt weird and not lots of bosses that felt weird. Okay, I need to be a little bit more careful with my dodges. Okay, I'm getting very consistent at dodging most of the attacks. Oh, I can hairpin onto the yellow orb. That's actually fairly useful, I think. Yeah, being able to hairpin onto the yellow orb, I think, is quite a useful ability. And then I need to dodge. I think jumping on the lasers, or at least that set of lasers, is a good strategy. Okay, I do need to be a little bit more careful against that attack, though. Okay, they don't have that much. I really like how consistent. Yeah, the thing I think I like the most about a lot of the bosses and stuff I'm seeing in MIO is how once you figure out their patterns, they're even more consistent than most Souls bosses I've seen. Because that is not the win condition.
I will not.
But just the level of consistency I can get against these bosses is pretty nifty. Yeah, more consistency. Always a good thing. Yeah, the Dr. Holland here is, I think, a little bit... Actually, they're not terrible, probably because they are functionally speaking a third phase. Yeah, that is functionally speaking a third phase. Though I think I'm going to also need to call the stream here because I've been streaming for 4 hours. So I think we will leave off on this boss fight and pick it up next stream, which I don't know which day next week I'm going to schedule Memories in Orbit. Probably Thursday. But yeah, thanks for stopping by stream, everybody. We made some decent progress through the game, I think. Yeah, thanks for stopping by the stream, everybody. Like, comment, subscribe, because the YouTube algorithm will banish me to the Shadow Realm otherwise. And have an absolutely wonderful rest of your day. I'll post next week's schedule once I actually make it. Bye-bye.